For tonight's stream, before we get to our first submissions, we are going to begin with a level by VG Melodies, who is a fellow viewer level and Super Mario Maker streamer on Twitch. Somebody who has played, I think, all of my levels in the past and has done quite well on them, and who is a fairly excellent maker in his own right. This is his first level in several months, and so I'm eager to show it off and see it for myself. Treetop Rock. Reverse Treetop Town and steer clear of the not-so-nice wildlife. Let's see what VG Melodies has given us. Okay, so it looks like we'll have some up-throwing here. Looks like this is probably a reset door, given that the vine is time sensitive. But we'll have ourselves a little climbing adventure. Okay, the pathing is fairly clear so far, which has not stopped us from making silly mistakes. Pretty obviously required over there. Oh wow, that's a squish. Now that's sort of interesting in that, well, that was very needless. Sort of interesting in that I wonder, at that point the loading position is far enough away from the start, that's why we have a reset door. That's... let's see. Okay, there we go. The vine spawned regardless that time, that's interesting. I wonder if it has something to do with that thwomp switch. Didn't really look at this properly. Oh, here's our Muncher adventure again. And we totally got munched. Yeah, things at tracks at this point should not be loaded yet, so the timing should be reliable. Hey, you know what? Let's try the thwomp switch. Oh, I see. You actually do need the on-off switch to be a certain orientation in order to release the vine off the track in the first place, as you see to the left there. Shiny Finder TLW, thank you for the submission. And perhaps the distraction. I will shortly get to the beat of the platforms after I finish this introductory level, so thank you for joining me tonight. Or this morning, as it may be on your time zone. Depending on your time zone, rather. This was not the path I took last time. I think perhaps the track timing differed slightly. But yeah, those elements have not been loaded yet, so that should not affect anything. Let's see here. So yeah, Shiny Finder, you are so far our first submission for this session, so... and this is a fairly gentle level so far. About 5%, and I'm stumbling over fairly easy things, so we will hopefully get to you very quickly. And we made that mistake before. Coin placements do seem a little bit deceptive, given that at that point I should be going up over the top. Whoops. Not feel safe too. Try to get through the middle like that. Let's bot this Koopa. Release the vine. Not gonna have too many shell dropping shenanigans. Yeah, so the loading position is well out of the way for these guys here. I did manage that top corner safely before. Don't know why I've been missing it lately. And okay, let's go top this time. That has been our sticking point so far, so... and that was perhaps unnecessarily risky. Could have done a spin jump off of that to escape. Oh, whoops. That is going to be A reset moment. Although it comes out of the pipe to begin with, so that's not a reset moment. Koopa should come out of the pipe. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. And let's take another ride. So this first guy loads early enough that he is kind of positionally dependent, depending on when you release Divine. I feel like I should be going low on that second part there. Okay, and let's proceed up top as before. I would like to see how we can make a proper run at that coin, and we totally can. At considerable personal risk. So maybe if we don't have the mushroom at that point, we should just go for the clear. Oops. Now, one thing I do like about this level that I've seen other people do before, and which I actually do myself, is get the bonus coins in order. You'll see there is 1 10 coin, 1 30 coin, and 1 50 coin. As a kind of NSMB style 3-coin bonus system that tells you very clearly if you missed them in their given order. But we've seen all 3 of those at this point, and let's just try to get the clear quickly so we can get on to Shiny Finder's level. Playing a little bit sloppily, but it is a warm-up level for a reason. So. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, yeah, and the coin leads you down. And there we are proceeding safely. We've not found a safe method for the 30 coin yet. I think that's just really a very simple timing challenge. We have, of course, needlessly taken some damage already. Avoid a crush death. From munchers doing their munching. Lunching their lunching. Okay, so this guy's gonna pop up, but we are safely out of the way. Oh, I forget what I said about bonus coins being in order. That was a 10 coin once again. But maybe it is roughly by segment. Okay, we'll have another up throw track setup ahead. Whoops. Well, that's very classic Mario, ducking under the Cheep Cheeps, which has been a series feature ever since SMB1. Ah, okay, so this is going to be our thrown object. The Goomba. Goomba retconned as a Goomba. Well, okay, this did not release a vine. I wonder if this was timing dependent. On the other hand, no, you get into the corner and you set the side swamp off. But then, let's see. The switch is already off though. Something may. Oh, let's hit the reset door and try this again. I see, okay. So the block falls off pretty quickly when the switch is set off. So we want to start it set to on. Whoops. And then we want to reset again. And then want to not accidentally enter the door with an up throw. And there we go. Pretty crafty. Now let's make sure the vine doesn't drag us all over the place positionally. It has remained in a very reliable horizontal position so far, but we have a bit of dodging to do. That seemed well timed there with a Spiny. I see spin jumps over Spinies ahead. And we'll just ride this out. And there we go. Fourth icicle there is dangerous, so we'll let that thing drop. Not going for any speed records yet. Zombie Slicer, welcome. Good to have you here. And I look forward to your submission of Supersonic Skills Speedrun. And, oh, this is just a goal, so... And with that, we will get to the viewer queue. Okay, so let's spin up the first code. Hey, Safety of Men. Thank you for the recent follow. I noticed that you were fairly new to the game and enjoying it so far, and I have not looked at your levels yet, but you are quite welcome to submit some to the queue. Zombie Slicer. Okay, Shiny Finder will be first. 2S5. 82. Yeah, thank you, Safety of Man. I'm glad you enjoyed the content, if you did. I don't know if you have done viewer submission streams before, but we have a fairly short queue tonight, and if you are able to stay, I do welcome you to submit something you want to see me test. Got that money, welcome. I see it's a bit of a community hangout tonight. Okay, the beat of the platforms. The floor will change to the beat of music. Red coins unlock a bonus. Wonder if this indicates a fairly strict 30-second limit or not. I guess we'll find out. Yep, thank you for your submission. Chomper's Forest. Okay, so we've got... Oh, yeah, should have noticed that. Very relaxed timing relative to your usual beat block level, but we will, of course, go for the red coin. Or pink coin, as the case may be. Notice the sound on the beat timer, too, like the 3-2-1 timer. That's a very nice touch. And okay, let's try this again. Okay, we should listen to the timer. So far, I'd kind of been using my eye line to look at the muncher, but it's actually easier to follow the beeping. Nope. Jumped the gun a bit there. Okay, no. Let's be patient and let's not rush immediately after a death. Only 4 pink coins in this level. So not that many challenge rooms, perhaps. Totally a brain fart there. Oops. Yeah, this is cool. I do like the way the sound effect is worked in and how the variation to the timing makes it a lot more interesting in the, very cliche kind of shell-based timer level, which, that's a nice concept too, but is one that's very familiar at this point. I remember thinking when these block timer levels showed up in Celeste, and I was thinking at the time, wow, it's about time that, 2D platformers started incorporating some of this stuff from Mario Galaxy. And of course some people had done it, well, not in Maker 1 because on-offs were not a thing yet, but I remember thinking that, 2D platformers could certainly use some more of this, and with Mario Maker 2, we have certainly gotten our wish. Okay, let's actually get the timing down. beep, beep, beep. I mean, you can technically just kind of sit on the space between blocks for those ones up top. Okay. Oh, no, jumped the gun there. It was just being impulsive. For no good reason. It is always nice to see the musical features of the note blocks used for something that is not just a music level as well. I feel like that is underused. Yeah, just stand on the edge like that. It's very safe. Okay. Much better method up top, in fact. Okay. Beep, beep. No, just too early. So, yeah, safety of man, that is actually a very deep subject that you can do tons of reading up on in terms of the pink coin checkpoint interaction, because so checkpoints do preserve the pink coins that you have earned up to that point, but if you collect all of the coins and they transform into a key, the key disappears upon death and does not return at a checkpoint. And so that leads to something called key death, which you should look up if you ever want to do a sort of complicated, checkpoint-based pink coin level. Why am I back here? Because key death is a very common kind of beginner's mistake when it comes to leaving a level open to some unexpected locking. But in general, the simple thing is that, checkpoints preserve your coins up to that point. And you can do lots of crazy things with that concept. So that's how people set up levels that are nonlinear, where you can, do something like a boss rush in any order. Like, they do that using pink coins and a trick for setting up repeatable checkpoints. Okay, sorry, I need to focus on this bit. That's a nice musical pattern, by the way. I like that melody. Oh, jumped a little too high. Oh, no. Should actually wait for the first cycle before I try to rush that. Okay, that was out of sync. I already foresee that managing my jump height going up to the door is going to be a bit of a challenge. In terms of not doing a full jump and not bumping my head. I think I may actually have to jump back on that cycle if the Podoboo is not in a good place. Because that time it was directly in my way, and that's partly because I just started on a bad cycle. Yeah, the placement of the blue block definitely makes me a little anxious about my jump height. I feel like I should probably be making a longer jump over to the pink coin block to begin with, instead of instead of doing that jump backwards. I should not be hitting the middle block to begin with. Okay. Or I'll catch up in chat in a moment. I'm trying to learn this properly. Okay. I think if I jump just a little earlier and aim directly for the lower block, that's probably the best method. But not on that cycle, obviously. Yeah, Got That Money. Safety of Men is one of the new players who came in with the sale, I think, and has a whole bunch of new levels. I haven't looked at them yet, but I will soon. 2 levels after this one, probably. I do plan to be running quite late tonight, so I will hopefully have a generous amount of time for each level. Whoops. Still trying to work out how I want to do this, because I do think going for the pink coin and then jumping up to the blue block is probably safest. The method is correct, the arc is not. And... yeah, the spike ceiling definitely feels pretty low there on those jumps, but just need to exercise some caution. I mean, as a kind of one-screen room, I guess, you are making use of all the available space. I do like that there is a visual indication of the muncher for people who are not so good at rhythm games, but I am just using the audio cue at this point. Okay, wrong cycle. No, way too high. Really have to control the jump height there. I think I'm getting a little tense about the amount of horizontal coverage I can get off that jump to the left side block. Oops. Yeah, Safety of Men, I don't know if you were around at all for Super Mario Maker 1, but if this is your first week with Super Mario Maker in general, you'll find that this is an extremely deep game on the making side, and that, you know, you can play this for hundreds of hours and make stuff for 100 hours and feel like you've only scratched the surface of what you can do. So it is a very good isolation chamber game in many ways. And at this point, the level of knowledge in the community is very deep. Oh, whoops. Okay. Let's try to clean this up a little bit. No, I really have to remind myself not to do that cycle. Okay. I'm distracted. Jump left, jump back, and then jump left again. Yeah, you'll find that depending on where you share your levels, different parts of the Mario Maker community can have a very different culture in terms of what the players value and how they read your level. So I would say that Era is definitely much more about traditional levels and people who have very deep knowledge of how the original Mario games work. Reddit is kind of like that. Twitch tends to give much more visibility to things like, depending on a streamer you're watching, like things like troll levels, Kaizo levels, etc. Like, you know, very niche subgenres that are kind of a very different experience to watch than they are to play. But there's also quite a lot of coverage of, you know, all kinds of levels for everybody's tastes. Okay. I do have to focus on this and try to get this room right, because we have not even gotten past the left side block yet. So pardon me as I kind of turn away from the conversation for a moment. Okay. Yeah. What you'll also find, and what I get a lot of on this stream, is people sending me early versions just for bug testing, and then they delete them afterwards if, you know, things are really broken, and they upload a patched version to fix up things that they want to change. Because there are things when you upload levels where you kind of regret a block in a certain place because it's causing more trouble than it's worth. Okay. I know I'm just kind of bouncing back and forth here, but I'm just trying to get the right timing for the method I want. And I was a little behind on previous cycles. And that jump is just a little bit short. Okay. Okay. Nope. Tried to adjust my momentum a bit, and that was not the right thing to do. Okay, let's wait for the second cycle before I start this time. Just starting right away is getting me into too much trouble. Actually, I can just kind of bounce back and forth between the ones in the middle until I feel like I'm able to make a proper jump to the left, it seems. In fact, I think I know what method I want for the left side. Oh wow, we're on a third room too. Nope. Try jumping on a blue block in the middle of the fire and one up dropping, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to go for the pink coin first and going up because I was having so much trouble with the spikes early on. But I think you are probably right about that. Doing middle first and then bottom. Let's try that. Yeah. Gotta control my jump height a little bit better if I want to do that, though. Or I could just do both red blocks at once, perhaps. Not that run, though. No. Too slow. If I enter that jump a little faster, I think I can actually do it that way. It'll be way easier than how I'm doing it. No. Or maybe just go around the blue block on the right side. That's probably easier, given the curve going towards the one up. Yeah, I should be trying some different methods just to get this right. I am pretty grateful for that checkpoint right now, given that this is a pretty big step up from the previous rooms, in some ways. Okay. Nope. Lost focus for a while there. I was so surprised I did that successfully, but that was the method I was going for. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's listen to music. We will rock you. Okay. I don't know how my mic is in sync for that to work. But, Zombie Slicer, what's the best Star Wars movie? So, I have very strong opinions about this, and I probably don't want to get into it. But I often find myself making a case for Revenge of the Sith. Actually, I am much more of a prequel booster than is fashionable, and have been since well before it was cool. Actually, I mean, I still love the classic trilogy, and my serious answer, sort of from a film perspective, would be The Empire Strikes Back, which is, I think, almost too cliche an answer, but correct. In the same way, in a way that, you know, it's great despite all the people who say it's great. Which is a saying I hear quite often about Shakespeare, which I think is also correct. Okay, no, I have a method worked out for this. I need to stick to it. Yeah, Shiny Finder, Revenge of the Sith, yeah. It's become much more acceptable to say that these days. There was definitely a period when, you know... Well, I mean, I kind of stopped my involvement with any kind of Star Wars community back in the prequel era, but I used to be much more connected to that stuff. Actually, to be totally honest, I was a Star Wars forum admin during the prequel era. I do not miss it, and that is a mistake you only make once, shall we say. Nope. A little slow for that to happen. I assumed that the fourth room was the last room, given that you had 4 coins set up. I am totally going for the coin. I kind of like smelling the roses when it comes to filling people's levels, unless I'm really short on time. So, I like doing optional content. You put it in, I'll do it. Okay, nearly missed a window there. Let's read this properly before I start jumping around. I like that you can land safely on the one-way panels. Boom, boom. And you can land safely on that too. Okay, this will be tricky, this bit here. I think I know how I want to do that part, but we'll figure that out. And I think I understand this part a lot better now too. Oh, whoops, bumped my head. Quick 7 HOM, quick 7 hours 0 minutes. Queue is definitely still open. I will be running for the next few hours, probably, in fact. So if you're able to stick around, I will get to you. Okay, you see, much better than how it was going before. Whoops. No, I actually do know how I want to do that. I had it worked out, I just missed the execution. Really great use of the instruments here, by the way. Whoops, missed that. Thank you for the submission of Corona Fever. That's a very topical level. I assume it's quite new. I'm sure it's a level that makes us wish for the return of the Dr. Mario costume, which is sorely missed from the first game. I actually saw a lot of good Dr. Mario theme levels in Maker 1. That would have been nice for a bit of a marathon session if that was still in the game, but oh well, we work with the tools we have. Okay, that part feels pretty good now. Not too early. Okay, let's drop. Oh, no. Hesitated for a moment while I was deciding whether to go for it. And hesitation is usually what kills you in situations like that. Okay. Oh, no, too early. Yeah, there are a lot of things Zombie Slicer that multiplayer throws a wrench into. And it's too bad because it's like, you know, it was really one of the better forms of amiibo support in any Nintendo game, and really nice reward for the sort of special event levels as well. Made for a lot of inventive story level designs. Nope. Having to clear some height over the Podoboo there created some problems. Nope. Was supposed to leave to Cuba for the 20th. Yeah, well, that. I actually just had a pretty big trip cancelled on me as well today, so drowning my sorrows in levels about the coronavirus. Even this level is a poison level. You see that? Which is not quite the same thing, but you know. Okay, next cycle. There we go. Got it. Oh, whoops. No, I can't dash right there and fall off while the block is active. Need to fall off before the beat. I know there's probably an intended pattern that uses the blue blocks in the bottom, but I have a method that I think will work. Okay, next cycle. Nope, too late. Okay, let's see. Oh, more time for Mario Maker, I guess. Okay. Here we go. For such a simple room, Took me a while to progress through that, but I think we have it somewhat reliably. Okay, let's see how we want to do this. No, too early. No, I should just drop down to the left side and do it as intended, instead of trying to short-circuit it. Yeah, the trick to that is that the blue blocks activate on the offbeat, the end of one, as it were. No, bad timing there. Well, one thing you can say, certainly, is that Mario Maker has not yet been cancelled by the coronavirus. And more importantly, Animal Crossing has not been waylaid by the coronavirus. Because, boy, does that ever come at the perfect time. Animal Crossing shall save us all. Okay. Red blocks are actually kind of deceptive. Because the blue blocks are active for a beat and a half. So you can just drop... Oh, no. I mean, you can stand on a red block and then drop on a blue. And then... I feel like I need to adjust my whole approach to that room. So this will probably take a few attempts to just... to read it properly, but... reading the pattern is half the battle. Whoops. Yeah, great day for those of you getting Doom instead. Or both. Okay, you see that room's going down very consistently now. Nope. No, I see. I see what beat I should be going down on. Nope. Bit of a slide. Yeah, absolutely loaded on games. But I've had to cut back on games quite a lot this year simply because, I don't know, games are just too big these days. And you have games like this that are just absolutely boundless. Okay, I appreciate your patience while I grind away at this level. I know I have been taking quite a while on it, but it's a fun one, and I feel fairly close to solving it. Sometimes... well, let me get past this first and I'll talk. Too high a jump there. That is the method I wanted. Okay, let me talk for a second. I am continuing this level. But just so you know, Shiny Finder, if you were able to stay longer, what I do for levels like this sometimes is I will kind of just interrupt it to get through more in the queue, and I will go back to it if you are able to stay and resubmit. If I'm really stuck on a fourth room after a couple of attempts, I may do that. But right now I feel close enough that I will push for a few more attempts first. The clear rate on this is between 1 and 2% quick, but the number of plays on it is fairly low, so that may vary quite wildly. The first two rooms were fairly straightforward and easy, so most of the deaths are coming from these rooms here. And to me, a rate between 1 and 2% feels kind of right, considering that there are apparently only these 4 rooms. So, like, that is what I would guess from this level if you just kind of asked me. No. Failing to grab the 1-up was distracting me that time. Yeah, I will absolutely drop a like for you. This is a nicely implemented concept for sure. But I'm not done with this by any means. Maybe after a few attempts, though, I will hold it. Oh. Can just kind of drop down directly. I missed my intended jump that time, though. There we go. No, too early. I wanted to sit on the red block and then drop directly from the red block. Probably the one to the left. If I don't fluff my jump heights in that room, I feel like I can get it down pretty quickly. That's a big if, of course. No, too high. Distracted by the 1-up again. No, too low. Overcompensating. Whoops. There we go. Nope. Indecision there. Surprising amount of trouble in this room. But I do understand it now, so. Just a matter of cleaning up the mistakes. Yeah. Rhythm levels, yeah, that's, they do require their own special kind of skill set. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're going to get onto red block safely, and we're going to drop. No. The trick to that is not to panic, because the uptime on the blue blocks is actually pretty generous. The timing is fine quick if you listen to the audio. It's like you have to think of it as basically 4/8 notes in the bar, and then it's just sort of 1 and are the beats in that room. Like rhythmically, I understand it. It's just in terms of execution, like I need to read the pattern accurately. In Celestial Resort, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I was catching up on chats selectively. Missed a couple messages while I'm trying to clear this. So. Okay. No, bad cycle. I never caught up on the new content that was patched into Celeste this year, and that might be something I want to stream at some point, so... Okay, let's try this again. We are so close. Okay. Realistically, though, just a few more attempts. Maybe I might not go through that pink coin, but we'll see. Nope. That was a little off my intended plan. Yeah, safety, I do feel like that would be the case with me too. I would need to replay the thing. I did get all of the standard strawberries in the A-sides though, and so that was... like, I feel like I don't need to redo that, I just need to learn the unique chapter mechanics. Whoops. Okay. Sorry, I will probably hold this after a few attempts, as promised, just so I can get through the queue at this point. Thank you for your patience if you are in queue for sticking around this long. Yeah. Okay, so, Shiny, I hope you're able to stay, and if the levels after you are short, we might be back to this one fairly soon. So please resubmit if you are able, unless you want to send me something else. I would like to finish this on stream. But I just don't want to keep people waiting for too long. Zombie Slicer, I believe you're next, yep. DPM, let's look at that. Yeah, and quick, that's precisely why I do it this way, is, wow, I tanked the clear rate a little bit, it's still over 1% though. Really great rhythm concept, as I said before. DPM, Deputy Prime Minister, 9Q0, SWF. Shiny, yeah, if you need to come back another day, that's fine. Sometimes I will do sort of more catch-up oriented streams as well, where, you know, I might just play it out when I can dedicate a little more time to it. I really did like all of the setups there, though, and I do intend to go back and clear it. So, yeah, I knew that was the last room, and that getting the pink coin was just a matter of doing the last cycle twice. But yeah, if these are quick, we'll see what happens. So, the Supersonic Skull speedrun with no clears on it yet. Brought to you by the coronavirus shutting down all Michigan schools. Victory. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, whoops. I totally misread that. And... okay. Oh no, I need to send that sailing instead of grabbing it, I think. Or release it. Because I need to... no, that's not the solution. Because of the one-way panel, I actually need to ride that thing. Oh, I need to ride that thing and duck. I need to enter the shell and duck through the thwomp on the conveyor belt, I think. No, hang on. No, overshot. But I think the idea is that I enter that thing and I duck through the thwomp. no. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, no. It clipped the shell off of me, so... Okay, no, my timing's just bad. Nope. Not that way. Okay, I know we're not going to make the time limit, but let's figure this out anyway. I see. So it is going to be duck to get through the thwomp, land, and actually, I might not have time to land. I might have to get out of the shell in midair at the Z marker. So, whoops, too early. If I grab the shell, I just need to enter it by holding down, which is not going to work in that attempt. Whoa. That's just going to be release and shell bounce top. Nope, too early. Whoops. That's, just trying to figure out what kind of jump that is. Looked like a P-switch jump, but I may be wrong. And shell release timing is wrong. But I see that I'll need to do a bit of a turnaround up top. Only one shell jump? Yeah, that's good to know. I'm bad at shell jumps, but this is fairly time sensitive and clearly marked, so I feel like if I just release on the correct spacing, that should be within my abilities. I do struggle quite a lot with shell jump levels in general, but it's not like I'm going to drop this or anything because of one shell jump, you know? I feel like I can progress through that. Whoops. Gotta remember to duck first now. I was a little too far to the left that whole sequence. So. Yeah. And some of that is just the arc coming out of the dry bone shell. Whoops, missed the bounce. Do you think Nintendo will ever release another 2D Mario game? Yeah, they will. It's too lucrative not to. And I think they finally sort of realized that, starting with the Wii, was that, you know, 2D Mario is still a big, big seller. Like, if you look at how NSMBU was doing on the Switch, I think it actually did outsell what it was in Wii U, and it was always one of the top games on Wii U from day one, like other than Mario Kart and maybe Smash. In terms of, you know, everybody buying it as their standard thing. Same with the portable games too. Like NSMB in general, like, you know, people... I know that people who are Mario diehards and have been for a long time are feeling a little sick of NSMB at this point, but it was really very successful at keeping 2D design alive. I'm missing the P-jump. Yeah, Mario Maker, they did a huge update in December, and that's when they added the Master Sword and Spike and some other elements. Spike the enemy, not Spike the block. And those were pretty big game changers in their own ways. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's possible now that was not possible until then. And... like, the updates have been slow, but I really feel like I'm so backlogged with content in this game anyway that it doesn't matter too much. That was a very mistaken up throw. Whoops, miss. Nope. Okay, the problem I'm running into there is that I'm holding down to get into the shell if I'm coming in just a little too far to the left. And that, when I do that, I am actually missing the down input to get through the thwomp. That's what's going on there. Whoops, missing bounce. And I think I'm just coming in too far left on the bounce. Okay. Yeah, missed the shell. Nope. Gotta remember to hold the jump a little longer out of that. Yeah, I'm not holding the spin jump for long enough. That's the thing that's killing me. And missing the P-bounce. Yeah, honestly, as far as Nintendo's schedule goes, they've been, it's been so catered to me over the past year. Because Fire Emblem is a big thing for me, and so is Animal Crossing. Like, I am so fully fed by Nintendo that I don't feel the frustration that a lot of people do. I understand the frustration, but I don't feel it. About lack of directs or whatever. I mean, I understand where the sense of restlessness and uncertainty is coming from, particularly if you're not as much into precisely these games, but I was very much into precisely these games and was still playing Fire Emblem as of last week. I'm kind of taking a break from it for now, but... oh, whoops, spin jump. I made it and I was... See, this is something you'll see happen with me a lot, is that, like, when I actually progress on something like that, I will be so surprised that I did it successfully, that I mess up from there. Particularly with a shell jump. Yeah, Safety of Man, I've always wanted playlists specifically. I feel like that would actually solve a lot of problems. First with community projects, and secondly with people just stitching together their own worlds. And it might even make the live system more meaningful if you were able to make a playlist with a set number of lives, for instance, like, clear this set of levels top to bottom with 5 lives or something like that. I mean, I think putting in the feed for seeing all the latest levels by people you follow is a big step forward. That only came in with Mario Maker 2. But they do need more kind of organizational features like that. Just to make it easier to share things and to kind of group levels together. I will be honest, Safety of Man, I have not had a single good game of online. Some people do, but I think they're probably using the LAN adapter or just have far greater patience for lag. I have not found a multiplayer in this game to be playable, but that's just my experience. That shell jump is a little early now. Just gotta figure out... Usually the solution to bad shell jumps for me is just to trust the markers a little more than I'm doing. But, oops. Yeah, I think multiplayer quality, it really does depend on your connection, and sometimes on the connections of your opponents as well, but... I mean, my network here is good enough to stream. Well, good enough to stream at 720p anyway, but not good enough for Mario Maker. Get out of low ranks? Yeah, I think that probably is the case. Because, yeah, there is a ranked matchmaking Safety of Man as you work your way up from D to S or S+. And as you get up to ranks, you start being matched against people who take the multiplayer more and more seriously. Because they had to survive a lot of levels to get up to that rank in the first place, and so, by that point you're meeting people who really do genuinely like multiplayer, and at that point they probably have a decent network experience as well. I don't think the level performance in multiplayer has anything to do with the level design. It is very much a network thing. Like, apart from some extremely kind of glitchy edge cases that you need to really go out of your way to set up, Mario Maker is designed in such a way that you can lag the game, like with a level design, but you really need to know how to do it, and you need to exploit some things to do it. And often those levels don't stay uploaded. So in general, the actual level layouts in practice never really has an impact on performance. There are some known methods for building deliberately laggy levels though, but you're not going to see those in multiplayer. Oops. Oops. Yeah, got that money. That's what I meant to say. That's well put. Okay. Oh. Okay, no, I just need to go forward. 15 seconds left. I was definitely losing a bit of time there, though, so I don't think I would have cleared it anyway. But at least I know what lies ahead. Nope, too high. Starting to do a little better at this, though. Losing a bit of time there. Nope, you do need to preserve the shell all the way here. Spin jump, and that's almost over. You see the bridge up ahead. It's not the bridge to the axe, but it may be fairly close to the axe, given the amount of time remaining. So, major progress. Actually, after that shell jump, things do seem to get easier for a while. Tight, but easy. Like, the technique is fine, the timing is the challenge from here. Because you do need to beat the P-switch, that's the challenge at this point. Oh shoot, losing time there. Oh no, hit the POW block and then go through, okay. Hit the POW block, go through, and you see another dry bone shell ahead in that square. Tip, third section starts real fast and with no warnings, so just be prepared, okay. Third section, okay. We'll see how that goes when we get there. Yeah, given that we went through a door to go through a second section, I guess we've only seen the first subworld so far, and from what you're telling me, I should prepare for, something like a subworld sequence that might have auto-scroll or some other really fast setup. So, we'll see. Oh, whoops. Bad throw. Whoops. Need to hit the pounds a little earlier than I'm doing. Possibly with a spin jump, in fact. In fact, I think hitting the pounds with a spin jump is probably the right idea. I can't afford that much lag time on them, so. Oh, whoops. I'm actually kind of amazed that shell jump is going as well as it is now. I expected to be stuck in that for a bit longer. Nope. Yeah. Sometimes the up throws are just, I sometimes think they come from the Pro Controller D-pad. That is the same problem I have with things like Tetris, is if you have a lot of inputs that switch from left to right, you'll occasionally trigger the up, just given the Pro Controller design. I usually blame that anyway. It's probably just me. Nope. Tried to duck and I was too slow. Yeah, it's a surprisingly generous shell jump. Whoops. I think part of it is that you, I mean, the positioning is pretty clear. Whoops. There we go. I'm bad at kind of planning around those indicators. I think in some ways that Mario Maker has too many indicators, although that's probably necessary in the case of a very precise shell throw like that. Whoops. Darkness, thank you for the submission of Welcome to Mario Maker 2. Might be a little bit of time before we get to you, but we'll see. You're third in queue. Okay, no, so we'll probably be fine. But hope you're able to stick around to see yourself played. Yeah, Joy-Con drift I definitely have some issues with as well. I tend to do all of my making in handheld mode because I just never learned how to do the controller controls for the editor. Like, I'm just far too used to a touchscreen. Whoops. Missed my spin jump. But, like, I definitely have a Joy-Con drift issue when I do that. Like, I'll be trying to move around the editor and then it'll just keep moving in a direction every now and then because of drift. And, I just need to clean those things, I think. Like, I've mitigated the issues somewhat, but still not where I'd like it to be. Tried to duck under that and was late. I think I was trying to dodge those swamps with a timing that was dependent on whether the P timer was over, and I was thrown off by the fact that my P-switch timing was actually slightly different there on that run. Whoops. Yeah, safety man, that's fine. It just means that, you know, I actually do appreciate a nice break after levels like this. And, oh, shoot. Totally flubbed timing, and that's going to be a big no. Yeah. I actually absolutely love Joy-Cons except for the drift. I really did miss, you know, playing kind of with two hands apart like I did with the Wii controller and nunchuck back in the day. You know, it's just much better ergonomically. And I like how light they are. They also fit my hands very nicely as well, so really did love the Joy-Cons, and still do in many ways. Just apart from drift issue, which does hit everyone eventually. Oh, shoot. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Nope. Overcompensating a little bit. I did that with a spin jump before, and I think that's probably easier given the height. You don't mark it as a Z, but, you know, I feel like a spin jump might actually be the easier method on that particular segment. I say as I do a regular jump and die again. I knew I'd probably need a Pro Controller for Smash, just given... Like, I'm not a serious Smash player by any means, I'm quite bad at it, but just given how much pressure I put on the sticks in Smash, I knew I'd probably need it, and that's what I got them for. I prefer them... Despite the D-pad issue I find for most platformers, the D-pad actually is okay. It's just when you have a lot of dependency on the up input, like when the up input actually matters, that's when you get into problems. Usually when you're just doing left-right inputs or in crouches, D-pad's fine. But it comes from games that have a lot of like precise directional tapping inputs that, like, that's when the Pro Controller runs into issues. So I still prefer Joy-Cons for things like Tetris or grid-based things like Fire Emblem. Tried to duck there and missed. Zombie Slicer, what's my favorite character to play as in Smash? Mechanically speaking, I'll have to think about that. Like, to the extent that I have a main, my main's always kind of been Toon Link, but that is more of a, you know, sentimental attachment to Wind Waker more than anything. It's... In terms of actually mechanically what I find the most fun, that's a... I'll have to think about that. I actually haven't caught up on all the DLC characters yet because I've just been playing so much Mario Maker. Like, I just have not looked at Smash in several patches. So. But I'll catch up on all that at once and catch up on Home Run Contest as well because I've always liked Home Run Contest but just haven't had time to play it. Yeah, Joy-Cons, I mean, like, it's a dust accumulation issue, right? And objects accumulate dust, and what can you do? Yoshi and Lucas, okay. Yeah, well, I think you, Safety of Man, had a very good set of launch Joy-Cons then. My launch Joy-Cons wrapped out on me pretty quickly. It wasn't even drift, it's like one of the... I think it was the R button became feeling a little sticky. And I take pretty good care of my equipment. Like, it was not from damage, it was something else going on with that. But my launch Joy-Cons wore down pretty quickly. But yeah, I absolutely loved playing Breath of the Wild with Joy-Cons because, you know, the free aiming felt very comfortable, and I think if I went back to Breath of the Wild, which I've been meaning to do at some point, I probably still would play with Joy-Cons. I just have to, you know, try to tidy up some of the drift issues first. Yeah, spin jump there seems a lot better. Whoops. Okay. Jump, get in that shell, and then it'll be upwards from there, I think. mean, it's been a long time since I've, you know, been around a lot of people who play Smash locally, so, like, for the past 2 games or so, Smash has been much more of a solo experience for me, and it's... which is fine if you like it, and I do like it. It's just that, you know, it's not something I'm going to keep up with necessarily if I don't have people to practice against or party with. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is definitely something. Like, structurally, it is in many ways the Zelda game that I always wanted. I remember thinking way back in 2003, like, I was playing Wind Waker and Knights of the Old Republic at around the same time, and Wind Waker I absolutely adore. But Knights of the Old Republic was kind of really interesting in that it was really committed to non-linearity and letting the game flow according to, you know, doing the planets in any order and having the game react to that. And it was way ahead of its time in some respects. And from then on, I always thought, like, you know, Wind Waker is kind of so close to the level of openness I want in a Zelda game, except that it really kind of locks you down in terms of things like dungeon order. You know, even Earth Temple and Wind Temple, like, there's no particular reason you have to do them in that order, except the NPCs kind of force you to do Earth before Wind just by being available or not available, right? You know, things like that. Oh, Toad time. Yeah, thank you for redeeming that. I will check that as redeemed and I will switch to Toad. Let me just try to tick that off as completed. And I will have a little change of pace. So yeah, thank you for redeeming that, Zombie Slicer. I was actually kind of wondering if anybody would use that feature, and that's a fairly recent thing I introduced to the stream. And it's nice that you do see some value in that, so let's start over as Toad. This is totally going to throw me off, just watch. Being able to see the days and nights pass by while working through a temple? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, that, you know, I know that Breath of the Wild was not really kind of traditionally structured in terms of the dungeon puzzles, and that bothered a lot of people in terms of something that they really liked about Zelda. And no, I needed to get on the blade, bounce up to the thwomp, and enter the door. But I always thought with Breath of the Wild that, like, the dungeons, you know, no matter whether you like them, had a very committed approach to seamlessness in that, like, they really wanted to be about not having doors and walls and not being broken down into rooms that you can just put boundaries around on a map, right? Like, the whole concept of dungeons was to feel like one very continuous space, and I really want to see how they expand on that concept in the next game, if they do. Because that's something that was very new to the 3D series in a way, that, like, they had been kind of going for that over time in terms of making dungeons, like the ones in Skyward Sword, for instance, really feel like 3D spaces that are very lived in, but they still had kind of a room structure to them, right? And Breath of the Wild, to me, like, it seemed like the dungeons were kind of an experiment in trying not to have rooms and walls. So, now that I'm playing the best SMM character, this should be easy. Well, we did get to the door, so... Okay, Zombie Slicer, though, I have been on this for a while, though, and since Safety of Man has been waiting very patiently for what is apparently a 30-second level, I may hold this soon, but if you are able to stay, I do recommend that you resubmit and let me have a second crack at clearing this. Oh, shoot. A little too far to the left. Okay. I should have entered that door anyway, just to see what happens. Yeah. So, Zombie Slicer, I'm going to see if I can get past that door, but given that there's a whole segment ahead of me after that, I may have to continue progressing later. But it's a short queue after you, so if you're able to stay, I should be able to get back to this one before too long. Let's try to put in at least one fairly clean attempt before I put it down for now. And yeah, it's been a good hangout tonight. And of course, the character change to Toad will stay for a while. At least one level, and until whoever decides to change it next. So we might be Toad for the rest of the night. Who knows? Oops. Yeah, quick. I mean, as somebody whose idea of quick is 7 hours and 0 minutes, I'm sure that this is nothing to you. Thank you for coming by. I got that money. Okay, let's try to do this right. Yeah, this segment feels pretty good now that I kind of... Okay, I think I might just have to hit that regardless. Whoa, that does start very quickly. Looks like a spin jump over the thwomp, though, and then dodge the bullets on your way down. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to enter that with the shell or without shell. Like, whether I have to take damage in order to, say, ride the thwomp under the bullet or something like that. I'll try to take one more clean look at it and get through that door, because I have not really even read that screen yet. Quick thump, okay. Yeah, because I did have to lose the shell up here, and I'm not sure, like, it's not clear to me if I'm supposed to lose the shell. I feel like given the bounce pattern... Oh, no. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, it felt like I was almost there. Okay. This is pretty great. I want to get back to it if you are able to stay. I'll just try to get through the queue first, if that's okay. So I will soft remove it. If you think you are able to stay, please just re-add it, Zombie Slicer. And I'll try to grind at it some more. I think First Clear is actually still available here, so... And it feels pretty close. The death count there is already exceeding that of the coronavirus in many regions. Oh, you have to head out. Okay. That's fine. Have a good night then. I hope you're able to catch me and resubmit this then. Because I'd love to just bash my head at it some more, and possibly if the queue just kind of runs out tonight, you know, because it is a late night stream in NA time, I might just go back to grind away at that one anyway. So if you see a clear stamp on your level, come back and check the VOD. But otherwise, I might wait for the next time you're able to resubmit. So thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the submission. I did enjoy what I saw, and those were some pretty interesting shell jumps. Interesting setups, and a shell jump that was a fairly generous one, all things considered. So, Safety of Man, we will get to yours now. Thank you for your extensive patience in watching me wipe my face against the last two. Small Gold, thank you for the submission. I hope the lockdown is going well in Korea. Okay, Chomper's Forest. A simple Mario 1 level in the jungle with chain chomps and pokies. And, yeah, pretty generous clear rate. I am looking forward to a bit of a traditional level break after the last one, so let's take a look. Okay, let's grab that. And over to Pokey. Kind of nice to get out of speedrun mode for just a sec. Sometimes I play a speedrun level and things immediately... Everything feels calmer all of a sudden. Sometimes I finish a speedrun level or get out of one after a somewhat lengthy grind, and I'm still in a mode of trying to rush through everything, but... Okay, so there is the first pink coin we've seen so far. I don't know if I've missed some up to this point, but no, you're all kind of within this area, and you have a locked door up above. Once we avoid the chomp. Okay. Oh, okay. So this locked door is paired with the other one, so I think this is actually a required challenge segment of sorts, where you just dodge the chomp. Let's see what's in that block. Let's see what's in that block. We can. Nope. Bad judgment. So. There we go, tanking that 30% clear rate. Okay, Mega Mushroom, let's do it. I actually don't see... Or the Big Mushroom, as it were. I actually don't see the Big Mushroom very often in sort of more traditional levels. But we didn't have it for very long, as you can see. We will never know if that was anything other than a mushroom. At least not on this attempt. And let's chase it down. Okay. Pretty generous. We missed a fair bit of optional content in between. This was fairly quick, so if you don't mind, I think quick is probably the next one in queue. I'm just going to take one quick look at it again to see if we missed a method to get to that 50 coin up front and some other things. I mean, when traditional levels are fairly short, I think it is sort of valuable to take an extra minute to either speed them, which is not what I'm doing here, or just to look quickly at optional content. Okay, so you have a checkpoint here. Oh yeah, I hit all of the parts. Okay, I thought I missed a coin down here. But... Okay, so I don't think anything was kind of unlocked with the... Oh no, this is for the Big Mushroom, okay. You know what? You put that in, let's try to do that. Let's try to do it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's just do it. Not gonna be speed record or anything, but, you know. Let's see if we can actually break ahead here. Not quite. Okay, that's fine. We've seen it. I can definitely see where 37 seconds is coming from, and in fact, that looks very beatable. But, thank you for that submission, Safety of Man. Yeah, for your first week, that's, you know, a great start. Feel free to resubmit more codes after I mark this one, if you are able to stay around for more. Wow, that was, I think, actually my first clear of a viewer level tonight, which is probably a worse percentage for me than I usually have. I usually manage to get through almost everything. But yeah, feel free to resubmit. We will move on with the queue. Oh, Clarkness is next in queue, but I don't know if Clarkness is still here. I think Clarkness might have abandoned us after watching me wipe against the speedrun level for so long. So I'm going to bump Clarkness back a spot in case they come back. But I will remove them if they are not here for a second call. So the order should be as listed: Quicken and Small Gold. So yeah, Quick will be first, then Small Gold, and then another one from Safety of Man. So, thank you for waiting, everyone. I know the first selections tonight took longer than I usually allocate to a level. But hey, we were having fun, so hopefully there is more fun to come. L4Y, 5F4, 5-2H. Let's see what's in store. Yes, this was one, Corona Fever. Mario 1 platforming filled with on-off switches. 3-star difficulty, according to the creator's assessment. Okay, this will hopefully not take us a quick 7 hours. Kind of interesting that this is, in many ways, effectively a time-sensitive level when it comes to a lot of the setups. Oh, we missed that. But it's nice when you have levels like this that kind of don't try to rush you with the timer itself and the music. They just kind of have their own internal time pressure. Like, you don't need to, you know, put something like a 30-second stamp on it, and it is still works just fine. That's something I think more speedrun creators should remember is, does the design actually need a tight timer? Or does the level just kind of enforce that itself? And it depends. Some designs will go one way and some will go for another. No, we have to hit that in midair where the arrow marks it. Yeah, the snow music is quite nice. Okay. And the timings in general feel pretty generous. Nope, missed it. Wonder if I need to bump it from under. No. You can wait there, just run on the platform. Yeah, I did see that the arrow points to where the... Well, it's level with the platform is what I wanted to say. So we'll just see. I think it's one of those setups that I just need to see once. And then I'll probably get it from there. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, that was definitely a death to being surprised that it worked, which does happen. Yeah, it's nice to have a level like this that still feels pretty flexible in terms of you know, the setups are kind of time sensitive, but I still have a lot of freedom of movement. And... oh. Bad timing there. And the thing about the way that Goomba is placed is that I don't actually need to hit the indicator necessarily, I can just watch the platform. I actually find that, you know, you probably don't need as many P-switch indicators as you're using, because some of the timings are pretty self-explanatory. I mean, it's nice if you want to kind of give the player a hand with that, and I do think the P-block indicators are kind of a good use of that element. When they do appear, whoops, totally missed that switch, and we're just dead. But, that's the goal right there, that's the flag. But I actually think this level could get away without the indicators in some ways. I'm not complaining about it, I'm just saying, like, it could totally get away with it. And still feel very fair. Alright, I'll catch up on chat in a moment. Try read a bit more of the level. Oh, shoot. Yeah. I totally had a second chance at that too and would have made it. Yeah, I actually kind of like the spacing on that POW and Piranha segment. Oh, I missed that again. Just takes me a while when the camera scrolls up to just kind of register that the on-off switch is there. Whoops. I probably could have hit that switch on the way back. I do like how a lot of these setups do leave you room to correct mistakes. Like, they don't ever feel very tight or anything like that. Like, a lot of them actually give you second chances. Whoops. What happened? Oh, I see. The bomb drop. Okay. I see what happened. I think. Yeah, that threw me off for a second. But I guess my timing on the bomb was... Oh no, I just missed it. No, the bomb does activate the on-off switches on the bottom row, so that's what's going on there. You do need to drop it in time. Nope. Impatient. Yes, Kaizo, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think that with this snowball setup here, that a lot of players will probably have the tendency to rush like I've been doing. Like, it feels like I could probably use maybe one block of generosity, but like, I mean, I'm seeing it now and I'm reading it properly now, but I think a lot of players like will probably have the tendency to rush. I'm too slow. But yeah, this is a nice layout. I think it kind of gives me just enough flexibility to read everything and react to it. Okay, let's let this drop. And just part of that is that, you know, pipe spawns just take forever in Mario Maker, even when you're using fast pipes like the red one there. Like, in terms of readability of the level, you know, I think often just pipe spawning speed is a massive headache. I should have written that down. Yeah, no, I didn't need to hit the switch and ride that down immediately, and I should know that because of the way the blue blocks were set up on both the right and the left. On the left specifically. It's one of those things where I knew how that worked and what my intended timing was supposed to be, but was just a little bit too relaxed about it. But yeah, pipe spawns, they take forever. And it's so noticeable when you go back to, like, actual classic Mario, just how much faster the pipe spawns are. There we go, that's the clear. So, thank you for that. That was a lot of fun. I see I am a little under 3 seconds off. And I can kind of see where that's coming from. Like, it is a level that does have that much wiggle room in terms of getting the timing down. So, thank you for that. And quick, as I said before, if you are able to stay, you are certainly welcome to submit more. We had previously checked that Clark had left us. So we'll remove Clark. And we will see if Small Gold is still here. I think Small Gold is. Yep, thank you. And quick, thank you for queuing Obama Tech. Which I'm sure is the shorthand for the as yet non-existent Obama Institute of Technology or something like that. Obama Technical College. 6GT, 7PS, MFF. Whoops, I missed a character how to do that. 7PS, MFF. There we go. Oh no, wrong code. I was going to do Small Golds first. How did I not see it? Oh yeah, sorry. Small Gold, your code first. 8 WK. I just read the wrong line in chat sometimes. 8 FM. 9 LF. Quick, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, it is nighttime in my time zone right now, and so I have to keep things at a bit of a low whisper because noise does travel in the building. So you'll find if you ever come to a daytime stream that I may sound a bit different. But I'm glad you enjoy it. Run Your Lie in April OST. So this will be a music level. And it says auto, but hold Y and right. So we'll dash along. Yeah, I am glad game sounds are still working, by the looks of it. Tell me if it isn't. We have had issues on the stream before with sound cutting out, but it has not happened recently. And it's something I always check before I run a music level. So I don't know the anime Your Lie in April, but I'm sure the music will be great anyway. Let's see it. And let's rock out. Okay. I assume the mushroom issue will just kind of solve itself for people. Doing easy endless. That is pretty catchy. And the cheer at the end. Second verse. Okay. Run. There we go. I should really check a video for the anime afterwards and see how this compares. Yeah, I love how the instrumentation kind of develops, so with now the Hammer Brothers in the mix. And okay, so it's going to give us a little heart at the end. And through the door we go. Whoops. There we go. And then we hit the 1-ups, which are required in order to finish the level, you know, so... Not going to get out of that one at a deficit. So it's funny, I'm off the speed record by 2 seconds, and it's almost entirely because of the 1-up pickup at the end. Because the only other kind of room for time loss is with entering the doors themselves. So thank you very much for that one. We got that out of the way pretty quickly. Small gold, so you are certainly welcome to submit more if you are able to stay. Let's mark that as a win. And safety of men, we are back to you already. Wow, we were really front-loaded with the long levels tonight. Some streams I get all the short ones first, and then we end up grinding at something for half an hour. This one, we hit the grind wall early. It's too bad the submitters had to leave, because well, would have liked to finish those, but I'm also glad we managed to get to the rest of you who have stayed. So we are back to a very short queue, actually, just given how quickly the last few went. NH809MHFG. Safety man, let me see this first, and then I'll see. Mo moles, mo problems. Navigate the mole-infested pipes. Choose which switches to use carefully. Quick advice. Do you think it's something that I won't be able to figure out myself? Because I might as well kind of give you a bit of a playtest to see how... Just to give you a look at like how people might read the level if they are encountering it randomly. Yeah, because it seems like as the creator, that might be something that's valuable for you to see. Just, you know, how people might be confused if they don't read a description. Because people in Endless, for instance, never see the descriptions. Navigate mole-infested pipes? Okay, let's do it. Yeah, and if it looks like I really don't understand it conceptually, then you can spell it out for me. Or tell me afterwards what you wanted to say. Okay. I will hit that in a moment. I just want to scout ahead. Okay. Oh, no, hang on. I will actually go back and hit that, but I was thinking I would just bounce on that mole there and grab the fire flower now. Sorry, I do this with levels. I am bad at following instructions. Okay, now we'll hit that. And we'll bounce our way back. Oh, bombs, okay. That looks like that will light something up. That's a lot of bombs, in fact. All of a sudden. Okay. On second thought, this is a silly place. I'm gonna go back and check this pipe. See what happens. Ah, okay. It's mushroom. Not a big deal. Let's maybe keep the bombs at bay, given that we know that we have another Kraken on-off switch here. And, okay, so that's something else. Oh. That's just coins. I'm going to keep the spring in case we need it. Oh, I see. No. That is gated, so... Let's dodge that. Oh. Really misread that semi-solid there. Okay. Now let's move on. Bop that guy. See if anything is it here. Okay, so it looks like the point of this will be to send bombs over to the rocky wrenches on the left. And so we'll do that. The mushroom is quite generous to us here, as you can see. What hit that on-off switch? Ah, yeah, that thing at the bottom. Okay. So now we can pass through. I'm going to check one thing here for your benefit, because I know you're fairly new to Maker. So, this is always something I kind of test when I build stuff, is whether things break from respawning or despawning. They shouldn't respawn now that we've killed them, though, so... Yeah, looks fine. Okay. Okay, pretty neat. Okay, so what was it you wanted to tell me at the start? It certainly looked like the on-offs at the beginning in terms of dumping bombs on you, like they were kind of like an optional thing to show you what the level was about, was that like there are going to be bombs in this level coming out through pipes. It definitely looked like something kind of optional though. And the sort of boss setup at the end was pretty clean, like it was very clear what to do and how to do it, and you know, the refreshing mushrooms really do give you many attempts at that, but it felt like it was just generous enough for what you were aiming for. So I mentioned a bomb usage for the boss. Yeah, no, I think that's actually really clear. Because like otherwise, how do you get through the hard blocks there, right? Not the hard blocks, but rather the bricks there. You don't have some way to break through them in SMB3 except with the bombs, so like it's pretty clear that's what you have to do. And even if somebody doesn't know it, I think they can figure it out very quickly. So let's mark that as a win. Color coordination, gold and blue, yeah. Yeah, that is something that I think a lot of players would miss. It's nice to have something consistent like that, but I think a lot of players, you know, they start associating the pipe colors with the timings, like in a very mechanical sense, unless there is maybe a level that kind of really uses that color coding over a longer stretch. I mean, it's a good idea. I'm glad you did it, but I definitely didn't pick up on that. So, quick, let's get through your next one. Yeah, I was really quite surprised at how many bombs dropped out of that pipe, but the thing is, if you just hit an on-off switch again, that's easy to stop. I will say that usually, I punch in this next code, when you see an on-off switch coupled with a lot of pipes that are blocked, quite often that will be an invitation to players to try and check if they are supposed to enter those pipes, and that would be something that gets them into trouble if a whole bunch of bombs are dumped on them. That's not an issue with the level at all, I'm just saying like that's what people would try. Obama Tech. Oh, very new level. Yeah, just uploaded, okay. Use Obama's advanced technology to neutralize the threat. Let's go for the clear. Safety of men, I will answer that question about the mushrooms in a sec. Let me just read ahead to this level first. Reach the goal after defeating... So there are a lot of different opinions, I think, on refreshing power-ups during boss segments. Aha! Bomb drop level. Nice. Thanks, Obama. Oh, whoops. I lost Link already. Oh, whoops. Okay. I need Link to do that. Yeah, but as far as refreshing power-ups during bosses go, I think they work best when you need to, as the player, kind of do something active to get those power-ups and not have them get spammed on top of you constantly like you have infinite hit points. Because when you do that, then the threats just mean nothing, right? So it's often about finding a balance where, like, you know, it's nice to give the players a consistent safety net, but that at the same time, you want them to feel like getting powered up again is something that is earned, if you know what I mean. Like, it can be something that's very easy to earn, but you are best off when you let the player feel like they had to do something to grab that power up again and, you know, add an additional point of tension that way. Okay. So we're gonna crap all over the Cheep Cheeps there, and that will be it. There we go. I can see a risk factor there being just sort of reactivating the switches, but I guess the auto-scroll doesn't go past this point anyway, so... really neat. I actually have seen very few Link levels use the Clown Car bomb drop. I knew about the tech early on when Link was released, but I saw very few people get any use out of it, so this was a cool way to do it, and thank you for giving me the first clear on that. I do appreciate it when people submit to me and give me a chance to take it. Yeah, I mean, there are almost no plays on it so far, so if you feel like you would rather re-upload, you can do that. I think it's probably fine as is. But you probably see something with your setups that I don't, because they're under the lava in terms of precision, so if you need to re-upload, and even if you need to retest against me, that's fine. Okay, Safety of Men, let's get back to you. Yeah, I really don't mind when people kind of send me versions of things that they are still playtesting and revising. That is part of what my viewer stream is more oriented towards. But Sudden Valley Construction, Inc. Oh, demolish Sudden Valley, it's too dangerous. Okay. Let's blow it all up. Yeah, I mean, I know, you know, some streams are much more about, like, this player is a really good player, so let's see if he can beat my hard stuff. My stream tends to be more about, you know, as makers, let's just kind of hang out and talk about making. And poke around, look for bugs, play with mechanics, that sort of thing. At least it's what I try to make it focused on. Like, it will change, of course, depending on what people submit. So we have a pretty big tower climb here. It looked like you could actually kind of pass through a lot of those zones below. I haven't taken a proper look yet. And it feels like having hit a checkpoint, I probably should just go on. I feel like I'm missing a whole ton of stuff there, though. Let's actually look at it. But from the setup of the lower levels, that just looks like multiple optional paths. Okay. Swing our way up. And, okay. Yeah, that was not gonna go as I hoped. So much for the firepower. Let's check the pipe. Oh. Nope. We can totally get up there, just not like that. Okay, interestingly, the star actually makes things like jumping over Koopas harder. But let's assume this is time sensitive and that... Okay, maybe not. I guess the P-switch will drop the blasters. That's what I expect. Yeah. Actually nice to see the star for once just used as a power-up, which is a part of traditional Mario that I think you don't actually see in Mario Maker all that much. But it does introduce the risk, of course, of... So you see this Koopa here, like, you know, if you kind of have a lapse of judgment, you can try to bounce it with the star if you're not really paying attention and fall to your doom. But lots of flexibility to the paths here, I think. So, okay. Let's get up there. I actually kind of like the timing on that first set of bullets there. Whoops. I say that, of course, as I get whacked by one. Okay, thank you. I can totally see why 30 seconds is a record. You know what? We did so badly on time. And this is a short level, and I don't actually know if anybody's queued after you right now. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh wait, I was going to speed it. Okay, let's yeah, let's just try to blast through it. Okay. Oh, there's a pipe down there. Oh, let's not do that. Okay. Okay. Let's not do that either. Although, I feel like I can totally sail over that and wind up on that pipe. Yeah, let's try it first, and then we'll try it from the top. Okay, maybe not. Quick, thank you for the submission. Okay. Only just noticed that I totally skipped a mushroom. I'm just going to see how close we can get. I don't expect us to actually beat a record. Because I just haven't mapped this out. But, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a few seconds off, I think. And it's very clear to see where the improvement should be coming from, but... Ah, 2 seconds off. No, we're doing this. We're doing this. We can totally clean that up. A lot of unnecessary short jumps there. I mean, I'm sure whatever record I get will not hold, because I'm not doing this very precisely. But yeah, Save You Van, since you just picked up the game, you've got a lot to look forward to in terms of Nintendo releasing their own in-house speedrun levels once every few weeks. Those tend to be great. because they are traditional levels that have a lot of flexibility, but where you can improve at your time like really, really quickly. Oops. That's not going to be a record time, I don't think. Yeah, that's way too much time lost. Okay. Okay. It elapsed a bit there. Not weekly. Once every 3 weeks or so. I think it's once every 3 weeks, maybe 4. My bad if I said weekly. Oh shoot, missed that completely. Traditional levels with branching paths? Yeah, definitely lots of room for that. I mean, everybody kind of finds their style, especially as they learn more about the game and what you can do with mechanics. I'm totally tanking your clear rate, by the way, just by trying to go fast. Okay. Oh, 1-up. I don't remember if we actually saw that earlier. Yeah, this will not be the record. Clubbed too much at the beginning. Might actually be slower than my previous time. Hey, you're in still. Or Iron Style? Actually, I don't know if that's an L or an I. We're so close. Let's do it. We know where we're making mistakes. Yeah, we're going to be open for submissions for a while. I tend to run until fairly late when I do the stream in this time slot, so... Whoops. Iron Style. Okay, yeah. Got it. We've beaten this level, but we are trying to claim the world record while it's easy, so... Since the queue is fairly short, so we will get to other levels very shortly. Yeah, I like that setup there with the way you drop the blasters. That's nice. Iron Style, more challenging levels are fine. I've actually kind of failed on 2 viewer levels already tonight. I do tend to spend quite a lot of time on harder levels, especially when the queue is short, as it is right now, so do feel free to submit that. I feel like there's a big jump between, say, like 0.5 to 1%. Okay, sure, I can usually do that within a stream. And once you get into the lower half of that, like, the jump is actually quite pronounced. But we will certainly see how we do with yours if you submit one that's kind of hard, but not necessarily, you know, super expert Kaizo and 0.0 something. Sub 1% is fine. Okay, thank you again, Safety of Man, for that submission. Let's... 1 shell gem. Okay, that's fine. Iron Style, we actually had 1 level earlier tonight that also just had 1 shell jump, and we actually found that quite manageable, so... I'm usually bad at shell jumps, but sometimes if the setup is clean enough, I can do it somewhat consistently. So quick, we'll look at yours. 8Y U NX 0 DHG. Yeah, and thanks again, Safety of Man, for hanging out tonight. Looking forward to more from you, and I'm sure you'll pump out quite a few in the excitement of, you know, getting a lot of levels down and having them played. The Thwomp Circus. Be swift and use the thwomps of this mad 3D circus, 2 checkpoints, and pretty generous 9% or so. And this is a level from February, so fairly recent. Okay. Oh, I like that. That's cool. Tapping the thwomp like that and riding it over. That was a neat moment. I am a little slow on that though, just from entering the pipe incorrectly. Yeah, I guess the thwomp tap was true of the small one there as well, but like, it's quite satisfying with the big one here. When I do my daytime slot, I have a regular who like pretty much only makes 3D World speedrun levels, and so I actually don't need to pound that, I just need to step on it. And so I do see a lot of 3D World setups like this a lot, but like this is pretty unique in terms of wanting to get as much as possible out of making contact with the thwomps and seeing what effects you get out of that. So we're gonna... Yeah, it's a good mix actually. You have some that are by proximity and some that are by contact. Oh, that was a narrow escape. Seems like I very nearly screwed that up. Oops. Okay. That's neat too. Oh, fine, we'll do it again. Not getting any speed records here. Dash panels and a flag. Yeah, 3D World I think is actually seriously underrated. Because I think early on in Mario Maker 2, you know, people were just very focused on all the ways in which it was not as powerful as the standard styles, but it is actually so flexible. People just need to lean into the features that are unique to it. So a very interesting mix of thwomp setups, as I was saying, that you have some that are by contact, some that are by proximity, you know, and they require decent reaction times, but at the same time, you know, like the sense of a threat is much more present than the actual difficulty, so great level. Too kind, well, positive reinforcement, you know, I tell people what I like about their levels, and maybe they'll make more that are good. So Iron Style, we had a very short queue before you, as you can see, so we will get to yours right away. And if it's harder, that's fine. We've actually had quite a good stretch of short and easy levels after a somewhat rough start at the beginning of this stream. So I'd be happy to grind away for a little while if it is actually something uncleared. But if you say that I should expect something about 1%-ish, you know, I'm sure you have a good sense of that. With so few players, like, no clear rate information would be useful anyway. Platforming your way through this treacherous cavern, I see that it's going to be some spin jumping on objects drifting on parachutes, so, like, a lot of it will just be positioning. Yeah. Jumping on stuff floating on parachutes is legitimately a bit challenging, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay, so this is a reach the goal without landing level, so it looks like we'll have some jumping out of shells to do. Basically, we need to land accurately and then jump right out of that. Okay. That's fine. And it's nice that at least the first jumps here are pretty clear in terms of what to do, because The thing I've noted before when people send me reach the goal without landing levels, sometimes the hardest thing about them is just waiting for that bloody rectangle to go away at the beginning, right? Like it, you know, because if people build too densely on the first screen, it's actually very hard to read. If the clear condition is just in the way of everything. But thankfully here, the first screen is pretty simple. Whoops. Okay, too late on that. I like how it's consistently based on a spin jump, at least for the first 3 jumps, so... I'm sure that may change, but... Whoops. Just a little too far to the left, I picked that up. Okay, too far left. I'm probably just too late in general, getting into that shell. So. And overshooting slightly. You have to release Y to enter the shell. When spin jumping, you don't. Okay. Whoops. When spin jumping, you don't. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like this is one of those setups where once I know what the timing is supposed to be from doing it, I should be able to get it consistently every time. I can see that what I'm supposed to do is drop the second shell early enough that it goes down towards the trampoline and bounces in such a way that I fall back into it. I can see that's what's supposed to happen. Yeah, get into that shell, the second shell, drop the shell, have it swing over to the right side, and I fall back into it. If you're just in a normal jump animation holding run, he always grabs the shell. Okay. Whoops. So... But then the jump... I see, okay, so the jump out of the shell, like when you hit spin jump to jump out of the shell, that counts as a normal jump state though, right? Like that does not count as a spin jump state, obviously, given that it's not safe. So I guess I should be releasing releasing the run button there. Yes, okay, I see. And I'm just swinging too far to the left now, okay. Briefly release run, yeah. I see what you mean. I actually was not clear on that interaction, but it was killing me a lot in a stage earlier today too, so... Just need to hold run long enough to fall into that shell, and then I release before I make contact. Danny, welcome to the stream. We'll be going for a while tonight, so I am still taking submissions. Okay, don't need to jump that high. Whoops. Hello. Thank you for the submission. Subnautica. Okay, looking forward to that. I like Subnautica very much as a game. I actually tried to build a kind of Subnautica style level early on as well when playing around with the water themes, but I never actually got one to work the way I wanted, so I am looking forward to what you did with that idea. Okay, let me just catch up and chat for a moment. just to see if I missed any messages. Yeah, Safety and Quick, I'm glad, Safety, you're enjoying that level as well. And yeah, Danny, we welcomed. And other than that, okay. I don't think I missed anything critical about the jump tech here. Okay, no, I need to follow the coin indicator on the left to land back in the shell properly. And then it looks like I jump out of the shell to hit the on-off. And that the mole setup tells me that there's probably something repeatable over there. Yeah, because the on-off will swing some of the conveyor belts, maybe. I didn't get a good look at that. Nope. You just found cheese, okay. Oh, you want to re-upload, okay. That's fine. Short queue today, so if you need to re-upload and delete now, that's fine. I will, I do like this, by the way, I just know you're gonna nuke it anyway, so we'll just pass on it. And yeah, please do resubmit if you re-upload and want to show it to me again. I feel like I can progress on it. Yeah, thank you. Safety. Oh, you have more, okay. Boom Boom Mountain, okay, yeah, I see. I actually didn't see that come up earlier, so I was a little glued to the level at the time. Boom Boom is not in it, okay. Well, I mean, you know, it's not like McKinley is on Mount McKinley. Oh, you didn't realize it was a character. Yeah, well, Safety, okay. You obviously have a Nintendo Switch Online subscription that allows you to re-upload this. Your homework assignment is to play SMB3. And you will not forget that Boom Boom is a character. Actually, no, I know that sometimes like people don't pay attention to the names of the characters and so on, like, because not all of us kind of grew up like reading the manuals or the credits or stuff like that. Climb to the top and escape the icy hectic Boom Boom Mountain, okay. Hey, so we're gonna roll snowballs into bombs. Whoops. I actually did try to jump off of that. I just expected that to be one continuous platform rather than broken into parts, but, you know, live and learn. I think it would surprise a lot of players not to treat that as one continuous platform, just so you are aware. I don't think it's a problem, but that's... I'm not going to be the only person who does that. Okay, so I see. The bombs are a threat to the stability of the platforms underneath. Let's explore left. We do not have the power of fire, but I think the idea will be to let the bombs do their work, and then just kind of push our way out like this. Not going to be too particular about getting everything. Sure, we'll be particular about getting everything. Okay. That is the top of the screen. More fire. And, okay. Oh. And whoop. Okay, so we actually do want to bomb our way down. That seems pretty clear. I like the icicle placements. They add a decent amount of tension and precision without actually enforcing very much. Thank you for the follow. Whoops. Oh, okay, that's nice. Maybe a bit of a surprise just given the pipe spawn timing, but hopefully nobody really dies there. Okay, let's grab that one up. Yeah, in safety, it's not going to be the same between the different game styles either. Like, the different game styles, the platforms will blend into each other differently. Same with the semi-solid platforms and things like that. Like, so that's just one thing to look out for when you are working around the artwork of a particular style. As sometimes you'll just have some objects that look like one object like that. So yeah, thank you for that. As you said, Boom Boom does not appear. But there was quite a lot of bombardment regardless. Yeah, said 007. Thank you for redoing that. Thank you for follow as well. Safety, no, I think it's fine. In terms of crowding, like, there was that one bomb pipe that kind of dropped things on my head, but other than that. Wow, lots of follows tonight, okay. Player level GG? Yeah, we'll get to that soon. That is one 007 that has not been delayed this year. So, Danny. Okay, Iron Style, thank you for updating me on that fix. Danny, who is still hanging around with us, we will get to you next. Well, Safety of Man, we are going to look at the clear rate on 007's level when we get to it, and then we will see whether he really has a license to kill. Okay, Subnautica. Okay. Wonderful. So, Danny Central, who Twitch tells me is still here, but hopefully you're still in chat with us. As I said, Subnautica is indeed wonderful, so I look forward to how you have decided to interpret it. Okay, so we're going to start out in space. And just going to take the snake block. And now, I don't know if we're supposed to fall in. I guess being NSMBU, we can always just kind of wall jump up if that's wrong, but okay. Looks like this is our capsule, our spaceship. We will drop in. Yeah, just so you know, as a matter of camera positioning, it isn't necessarily clear that you need to drop in from the top. I guess the artwork makes it obvious, but that's the kind of thing where, you know, a lot of players will be unsure whether they want to try it or go to the right. Okay, so we're going to escape the wreckage, this broken down craft. Pick up some power-ups. Yeah. And, you know, farm some of these fish. And up we go. Yeah. Kind of feels like a pretty normal water level so far, although I'm maybe not totally reading what the artwork is doing, and maybe this is supposed to be another crashed ship like the one that you explore in the game. You know, when you kind of excavate the wreckages for equipment like the fire flower we picked up. Okay. Guess it's... yeah. Definitely a wreckage. Okay, so here's Boom Boom being kind of scary. And, oh, I see. It's one of those, don't remember the name of that creature, but I think you know what I mean. Actually, I haven't seen much of Flying Boom Boom underwater. He feels much more manageable this way than... but maybe I'm just saying that because I still have the Fire Flower. Oh, now we have to bounce him. But yeah, when you actually have access to the full range of the level, instead of having to jump around his pattern, he actually feels pretty relaxed. Okay, let's not neglect checkpoint. 007. Given that you've exposed yourself as a 007 agent with a license to kill, I'm not sure that people will necessarily want to disclose their whereabouts. To a certain extent, we expect that you have access to that information already. Or, of course, you could just look up our maker profiles and see all our flags. Although I do know... I mean, you know, most people are pretty honest about their flags in Mario Maker as far as nationality goes, but I do know at least one maker who racked up a ton of maker points early on by switching their region to New Zealand so they could get their uploads up and the game unlocked like really, really quickly. And I think they were actually from Europe, but then they sort of unofficially became like #1 maker in New Zealand. Okay, so we are going to sail away calmly, our little pod. Yeah. And that will be it. Okay. Oh, that's floaty. And we totally missed our chance at the flag. Okay, fine. And we can't get over the flag back into our spaceship, but that's okay, we have escaped. The Samus symbol in the background, I actually don't know if I caught that. Okay, thank you, Danny, for coming by and submitting that. I think it's one of those levels where, like, when you're actually playing that, like, it's not always easy to read what the artwork is supposed to be telling me. Because, you know, you do have so much open space in it, but I can definitely see what you were going for, and as far as easy levels go, you know, it's nice to have something spacious like that to just run around in, or swim around in every now and then, so thank you. You are welcome to submit more. Safety of Men, did we actually have another one for you? Or did I just forget to mark one earlier? I think I just forgot to mark that one earlier. Did I? Or... oh, okay. Let me check this one. I thought you said you were out of levels, but I may have misread things. Maybe this was your last one. Let me check the code. Oh yeah, this was Boom Boom Mountain. I totally just forgot to mark it. Yeah, 007, wait until I have seen your current level and removed it from the queue before you submit another one, but you are welcome to submit after I have seen your existing level. And yeah, it's after I'm finished with your level that the queue reopens. That's just how the bot works, and I don't really have control over that. Okay. Derotalos Adodos 2.0. 007 from Mexico, right? Okay. Be careful, take it easy. Aprovecha los errores de la Matrix. As you can see, my Spanish is terrible. So, if that is something critical, well, we'll see how it goes. 2 clears so far, but 1.5 seems pretty generous. Small sample size, though. Let's see how it goes. 8 PC. 8 pink coins. I saw a safety coin over the door, so that seems right. Okay, 8 coins total. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The layout definitely, like, looks a little busy at first, but oh, I see. Okay. It's very clear that that was something I wanted to go for. I'm actually not sure it's necessary to make that an invisible block with a square around it. I mean, it's clear that you're just supposed to hit it for a power-up, right? So it's not... I think a regular block would probably be fine, but that's fine either way. I know that doing things with invisible blocks is just much more popular in Mario Maker, and I missed my chance at that anyway. Okay. Alright, let's just smash all this. Oh. Okay. Safety... no, safety, the win command is just how I clear things from the queue and mark them as cleared so that if people accidentally send me a code that I've already looked at, it tells them that I had beaten the level. So, but of course, you know, whenever you see interesting codes come up in my stream, you are quite welcome to race me to clears or play and give feedback as you've been doing, so... That's, I think, part of the charm of having a good viewer level community is that I do have people who kind of play along as they watch. And that's always nice to see. So we know we should not hit the block that's under the piranha unless we have a way to get around a beetle. However, we haven't checked if it is potentially a passage forward, so... It is a passage forward. So that laughter was not holy laughter. But okay. Let's see. Yeah, this level has a lot going on. I guess we should be exploring as much as we can to pick up the coins. Okay, so this is just a pipe end. And yeah, we'll get back out of here unless there's some progression we can do with Boot. Yeah. I actually spent a little bit of time adapting the Mario Maker Q bot, which is Warp World, by the way, as you can see from the name, and which has been around since Mario Maker 1. I spent a little bit of time adapting it for Animal Crossing, and I'm quite excited to roll that out next week when the game comes out. Okay, I hope I didn't need to boot for anything too critical from here. It is a bit sad to lose it. Oh, okay. That bullet on the right will stay down, so I shouldn't rush towards it. I should go down towards the coins on the bottom. Let's grab the top coin first. Let's grab the leaf second. That's dangerous. Yeah. Okay. Iron Style re-upload took quite a bit longer. Yeah, that's... well, if most of the setups are still the same, then hopefully that's not a really terrible sign about the difficulty. I will say that it definitely seemed much tougher than 1%, but I think the kind of clear percentages in Mario Maker 2 are generally pretty deflated from what they were in Mario Maker 1, that, you know, everything seems to have a lower percentage than it used to, in terms of, like, the technique required. Okay, let's grab the leaf. And let's do it safely this time. I say as I failed to do it safely. And that's just a 1-up behind the mole, so let's not bother with that. This is the boot, so we will want it. Thank you for the resubmission anyway, Iron Style. Okay. Let's try to stay big while we have the boot, so we can actually smash some bricks here and there. Grab that coin, stomp the boo because we can. Okay, so, interesting. See this bomb here? I feel like with decent timing we can actually... We don't even need decent timing because putting the bomb here by the cloud will... Whoops. You know what? I can reload this room now and show you what I mean. That bomb should allow us to break through both the left side and right side. But we need to learn not to kill it first. So let's get out of the boot and I'll show you what I mean. Maybe that's part of the intended route, but I definitely see that, like, for example, the left here was accessed through a different entrance earlier, right? So let's just... Whoops. Oh, okay. We're out of the boot. Okay, let's stomp the boo. And look at that, we're safe under over all of the munchers. Okay. The boot does not allow us to climb, but that's okay. Oh, whoops. We should not have taken that, because that looks like a pipe that might have taken us somewhere. This is definitely some kind of scroll stop block on the right side, but let's stop the cloud first. Oh, and you can enter off the cloud, so that's nice, except we're just back here. And that might not be useful. Yeah. This almost has a kind of Metroidvania structure to it, so to speak. In that we can just kind of collect power-ups in a certain order and progress non-linearly. I will say that there is so much going on in this level that it is a little difficult to stay mentally organized about where everything is. But... oh, whoops. Yeah, it is, Iron Style did catch up in chat. It is challenging to gauge difficulty sometimes. So, which coins do we know about so far? We know about this one. We've seen 3 other coins at this point, depending on the entry pipes we choose. Okay. Okay, let's go down and grab the leaf somewhere safe. There's no particular reason that we need to do this whole thing here with the shell. That's really just bonus content, I think, so... And we can do it that way anyway. So. Let's move forward and explore to see what else we've been missing. The on-off switch, I don't know what that affects other than the belt, and of course all those blocks in the segment we saw earlier. Sure, let's tap it anyway. Maybe the off state will do something interesting. Whoops. I see, you do need the on state in order to get to the pipe on the top right, so... Alright. Bloopers are going to be annoying. Yeah, let's just explore a bit, and this looks like a... The boot gets you through, the P-switch gets you through. You can't really fly with a Tanuki suit when you have a boot, though, I think, because it doesn't let you build run speed. You know what? Pow. What are you doing? Okay, and that's... the coin. We should have gotten more coins first before we hit that checkpoint, but... Okay, that just sends you back. I actually like how the Lucky Do cloud begins among those other clouds, and now we've prevented ourselves from getting that, but oh well. It's actually kind of cute how it spawns in between the other cloud platforms. But at least we do know where a checkpoint is now. We might want to start over from scratch later anyway, just to get some of the easy coins taken care of, you know, and not have to revisit them. But let's explore a bit more first and see if we understand this segment. It looked like when I hit the P switch there earlier, in the segment we're looking at now, that all those coins maybe didn't actually matter. Like all the blocks here to turn into coins, rather, didn't actually matter. Because we... Ah, okay, here's the coin up top. That's the one that matters. And indeed, if you have a mushroom, you don't need a P-switch at all. You just break through that. Oops. Okay, so I should not touch anything when I fall because I do land safely on the ice block. On the ice coin block. Okay. Oops. I need to do this quickly before a cloud runs out. Okay. Let's grab a shot on it. Oh, no. Can't duck under that. You can duck under a lot of projectiles, but got confused there for a moment. Why is it giving me boss music? Okay, the Thwomp Smushed Flower. Oh, whoops. Ah, that's why it's giving me boss music, because like running around there just kills me a lot. Oh, that's not a power-up. Let's just try to go through. Okay, so we had missed 2 coins earlier that we know about already. So I think I know how to complete the level from here. If I can remember which coins I'd already obtained anyway. So we saw 2 coins in this room over here. Okay, we gotta get back to that cloud. So what we will do is get back. Yeah, we'll get to the coins. We'll get back to the front and we'll kind of play around with the leaf and the boot to get the things that we were missing. So I think at this point I've seen almost everything. We haven't flown up to the top right above here, but I think we've seen most things other than that, so. Grab this, and then there will be a lower coin. Oh, whoops. Just very poor flying on my part there. Okay. Okay. Back down this way to give ourselves a little bit, oops, a little bit more of a safety margin. I had hoped, but I feel like we just nail this room consistently and navigate our way back to parts from earlier in the level. We can probably finish somewhat quickly. I think this would be a challenging level to do speed records in, simply. Wow, that's a lot of spiny or spike tops down there at the bottom. Simply because there are so many potential routes. Like, I don't have a good sense of how to do this quickly at all. Oh, whoops. Down we go. Maybe grab some power-ups this time. Nope. Trapped ourselves in a corner. Yeah, and I guess dropping out of there right away means that you would need to ride the cloud in order to get back out on that side. So that is a lot of spike tops. Okay, and that disappears and allows us to go to the right. Okay, I see why we didn't encounter so many earlier. It's probably because they all wandered off to the right side. Let's make our way down safely. Let's grab a helmet. Grab the power-up. Grab another power-up. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, so we have a lot of tools at our disposal at this point. We have access to a P-switch. We have access to a spring. We have the Shelmet. And we are back to this segment with the boots, which also has a bomb that allows us to move on even further. So we are really in business now. We have this coin. We have this coin. I think, did I miss a coin at the top corner, like at the very start of the level? I think I might have. Oh no, the coin's right here. Okay. Great. We actually need a P-switch to drop this, I think. So let's find a P-switch. Broken so much of this level at this point. I believe we should be able to get a P-switch if we return. Do the... no, or did we spend that? I think we spent that. Wow. Okay, that was kind of cool and could have gone wrong very quickly. I cannot grab the P-switch while I'm riding the boot. But I lost a boot and I lost a P-switch, so fine. This is kind of a mess for me now, so I think... Oh wow, this is a total mess for me now. I think returning to that segment in the middle some other way... Oh, no, we have a solution here. We have a solution. Look at this. There we are. There we go. I can't actually tell whether a lot of this stuff is intentional. It feels like this level is so open and free in some ways that... okay, how did I come in? I think this was the entry pipe. But it might be a little bit difficult to get out through there. Okay. Let's be very careful. That was not careful. Key death. We gotta start over. Well, that was spectacular. Key death. We know where everything is. That's okay. Let's do it. That was... yeah. Not my proudest moment. Not my proudest moment at all. It's okay. We've got this under control. And we know where the checkpoint is, so we can do the simpler stuff first. Thank you, 007. That means a lot to me, given what I just did to your level. No. Because, oh my goodness. That was quite a way to go. Quite a way to go. Okay, we know that we actually have access to the next segment up there, so let's do that first before we play with the bomb too much. Except maybe not when we have the boot. Okay. Okay, we know how to get more boots. We did miss our chance at that cloud. Wow. That felt like a lot of stuff all at once. Yeah, I key death. And so now I'm taking a completely different road. It was a spectacular way to go on this level, but I probably should grab that mushroom at some point instead of just dispensing it every time. But yeah, the thing about this level is that like half the time I'm not sure if I'm actually breaking it or if it's just something that's very kind of aggressively non-linear. That's okay, we're doing what we can. And we will... whoops. Okay, we'll miss that. That's fine. We'll manage. We'll manage without it. Yeah, safety, I'm glad you're enjoying this. I think this is definitely... I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but it is definitely not everybody's level. You definitely have to enjoy, first of all, the density of it, and secondly, the non-linearity. Oh no, that's not going to be good placement. There we go. It does reward you for finding alternate paths, though. Like, just given the power-up progression, there are lots of ways to do everything. Oh, okay. Didn't see that. That's okay. We know how to get more boots. Okay. Okay. This is not going well. Thank you for the follow. And... oh, okay. Aggressively non-linear is a phrase you haven't heard before? Well, I know. I think there are a lot of games that can definitely be characterized as aggressively non-linear. I think this level is definitely accurately described by that. Okay, let's whip this. Bump this. Let's try to get back to where we were and... okay. slot that in there. I don't know that we want to hit that on-off switch. I don't feel like it's actually doing anything for us. Like, I feel like everything that the on-off is giving us here can be done some other way, except, of course, for going through the left side, but we already have an alternate route to that segment, so it does require us to drop the boot. And invisible blocks here, right? Yeah, there we go. Let's let it fire off another one, maybe, just for safety. Oops. Okay. I don't feel like I have a good answer to these guys without better power-ups. It's fine. Yeah, should have gone back up through the cloud. And I do want the on-off state to on there anyway, so... yeah. I mean, I did see all of the pink coins, so I don't know that I'll necessarily spend that much longer in this level, but, you know, we have seen how to do it, so I feel like we should do it. Oh, in fact, it was re-uploaded. Okay. Osa, do you want me to switch to a new version? Like, do you want to just resubmit to the queue, or do you want me to finish this one? Because it's not going to really give me a clear or anything anyway. Let me know if you'd rather have me look at the new version instead. Like, you'd have to put it in the end of the queue, so it does depend on whether you want to stay. Or if you want to see me try to route through this for a clear. Like, if you deleted this version, it's not going to register as a clear anyway, so... and hopefully we gave you some valuable information about the layout. Let me check just a moment to see how long I've been on. Okay, not that long. And we have been figuring it out, despite some questionable moments earlier. Yeah, chomp patterns, like, it's definitely a bit of a challenge to playing around the pseudo-randomness to them, but we're gonna dump that mushroom this time properly. I like the routes that we've been taking so far. And we've seen everything that comes afterwards anyway, like we've done this whole segment pretty much in reverse. So... yeah. Okay. Let's do it this way again. Seems to be reliable. Okay. Try this first. What's up? Yeah, we're gonna leave the on-off state as is, I think. Because we're not spawning everything, and we don't actually need this path up here. Even though we have an alternative. Yeah, pardon me. Okay. Let's, oops. Okay. We have the power of the tail. Let's try not to lose it. It only feels like you're supposed to hit the P and get the beetle shells to go down, but it did it for us anyway, so... just, oh, didn't expect that guy. Okay, now we might be in a bit of trouble. Okay. Getting a little bit tense. But we are out of there, and we know we have access to a flower. Ah, and we lost our access to the flower. Okay, so that was where we died last time, coming out of that spot. I think this is a good time to get the checkpoint before we take the backwards route to the lower segment that is below where we are standing right now. For that, I will want to grab the POW block that is here. How do we do that? Oh, I think I might have whipped it with a tail. Or maybe punched it from underneath. There's definitely a POW block there. And the POW block was our ticket out of here. But we can also damage boost, so let's just do that. Oh, I suppose that was supposed to be a safety coin. Okay, we missed the coin that is top right here, above the Thwomp. So unfortunately, I will have to go back to the beginning at some point to grab that. Forgot I missed that one. Okay. Yeah, because we'll grab 2 coins here, and we know where the last one is. It's in the main world segment to the right of the Thwomp drop. We'll hopefully finish this out somewhat quickly. And in fact, if we had the boot, we could have just ridden the Thwomp. So given that the depth is resetting all of our power-ups, that actually gives us a little bit more flexibility in terms of how we want to complete that. So yeah, safety, you were asking about checkpoints and keys earlier, and you have seen now what key depth looks like in terms of resetting all of my coins. Okay. Now we know that's going to release Spiny Hell on us, or Spike Top Hell on us, rather. But we'll let those go, and we'll grab the Shelmet. That will make things a little more reasonable for us. That is quite a long march. Okay. It does make this simpler. I feel like we should go back and grab the boots, because we know where that pipe takes us, and then we'll be fully kitted out for defense. Okay, we don't actually need a P-switch. And okay, that was a bit of a slip. DGR fan, welcome, and thank you for the submission. Caves of Ice and Fire, okay. We'll hopefully get to that soon. Okay, Safety of Men. The helmets are new to Mario Maker. They showed up in Mario Maker 1. That's true for the Buzzy helmet and the Spiny helmet. The Dry Bones shell that you can ride in is new to Super Mario Maker 2. Whoops. Kept missing that. But yeah, I've played so much Mario Maker at this point that the Shelmets feel pretty organic as a part of classic Mario at this point, even though they never showed up until 2015. Yeah, Safety of Man. The Spiny Helmet breaks blocks, and that includes things like question blocks. So when you playtest, you have to be careful about that in case the player breaks anything really critical. That's the main difference between them, is that the Spiny Helmet can break some things that the Buzzy Helmet can't. Whoops. Okay, we're close to finishing, so let's just do it. And we reset all the power-ups anyway. We just need to not fall in the pit at the very start when we are close to completing the level, like we have already done twice. But I think the route is more or less correct. I cannot pick them up while I'm riding the cloud, unfortunately. Okay. Mushroom here. Grab that. Grab the coin to the left. Okay, now let's actually be careful. Last time I grabbed the boot, and that's why I got into all that trouble on the right side. Do I want to do that again? Yes, I want to do that again. Because that's how we play. Oop. It's not quite like the giant mushroom in that you don't break the blocks that are underneath you. It does break the blocks that are over your head, though, and it does, including, like, hard blocks. Okay. So we need to lower the thwomp and then get onto the right side, and that will be the last coin, and we need to not die after this. Whoops. Okay. Alright, let's not die. Not doing a great job of this so far. Okay, we know we can get to where we want. And then there's a little platforming segment here at the end. Okay, no cloud for us. Okay, at long last. We made it. Yeah. I know, Osed, that you... Definitely not a speed record. Yeah. Said that you might have uploaded a new version, but that's okay. That's... Yeah, I felt like we managed to figure that out. I think for some players that would definitely be maybe a little too dense and chaotic, but, you know, I think I understood what you were going for in terms of a non-linear level that has a lot of different approaches depending on your item order. So, thank you. Iron Style, we will return to yours in its new incarnation, I think. Or... Danny, did we not clear that one earlier, or is this a new one? Sorry, I've been mismanaging the queue tonight. Let me check my codes just for a sec. Oh yeah, it's the new one, okay. My queuing order is just like totally messed up. You're right, because Iron Style resubmitted, yeah. I remember now. D3L T2W M1 G. Safety of Men. Since I played your levels earlier, if you check your level card, you can see the people who have played and cleared and liked it, and you can click through to any of their profiles. At any given time, if you just want to look up makers that I've been playing, you can just check my profile and see what I've recently played and just kind of browse at your leisure. I do that sometimes with streamers that I watch, is I'll just see what they've been playing and kind of dig through the profiles myself. The 3 challenges. Can you beat all 3 challenges? Give it a shot. No checkpoints, okay. And no checkpoints, but no clear condition either, so you just have to do all 3 in a go. Okay, so it looks like you have a little bit of art that is above each of the challenges. So like this one presumably will include the blades. This one will include clown car. This one will be something involving tracks and on-off. So let's just see them one at a time. Oh, and not pop too many mushrooms, because that's clearly meant to be a refresh between each challenge. Okay. That feels like it kind of comes out of nowhere, that thwomp there. Don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, unfortunately, given the camera position, you can't actually see the thwomp coming. And if you understand that, you're supposed to go faster through that, that's okay. But I think just as a matter of fairness, the thwomp drops there might be a little bit... You know, like when you do it correctly, they add a bit of excitement, but they are hard to play around until you've died them once. So yeah, I can tell you right now, Danny Gaming, that the thing about levels like this is that sometimes the setups look very clear when you are looking at them in the editor. But when you are actually playing through them with the kind of player camera view, it is sort of hard to see where things are supposed to be. And that's partly just a result of building things, you know, really wide like this. Let's start over. But let's, you know, take a crack at the first challenge and try to learn it at least. Okay. Definitely don't have my bounce height down there yet. Shoot, that's going to be a bit of an issue, I think. Depending on how I land on the bumpers. It looks like that is the path I'm supposed to take, though. I don't know what the track up top is going to do for me. Whoops. This is going to probably cause me a little bit of trouble now in terms of headroom. I'm just not jumping at all now, and I think that's probably the better way to do this. Oops. Oh, interesting that you have the cannons down there. Safety of men, there... okay, so this is actually kind of a complicated answer, but there are... As you can see on Twitch, almost nobody is streaming SMM1 anymore, in that, you know, they might have like 5 viewers at a time or something. So like the community on the whole has moved over, but there are definitely things that people miss about Maker 1, and which, you know, like you will see some people who are very active in Maker 2 who nevertheless say that they feel like something from Maker 1 is missing. That was especially true before the first big patch that gave us Link and Spike and so on. Okay, that's one key. And we head back out, okay. You know, Danny Gaming, I feel like this level, the way that you have it loop back around to the entrance anyway, would have been a very good fit for the reusable checkpoint layout, which is, like, you should look up reusable checkpoints or infinite checkpoints, because the way that people set up a lot of challenge levels like this, where you can choose challenge rooms in any order, and they all kind of spit you back to the same hub, like, they tend to work very well that way. Since you're not using any checkpoints anyway. So the reusable checkpoint trick, the way it works is that you take advantage of the fact that hitting the checkpoint in one subworld resets the checkpoint in the other subworld. And so for layouts like this, you can put players through an exit that saves their progress no matter which order they took. And like for a layout like this, it's probably much more much likelier to be something that players like, I guess. We screwed those up. That's okay. So, safety of man. The amiibo costumes are definitely one of the things that are most obvious, but there are some things that are a little more specific to diehard maker communities in terms of like tech that was cut from Super Mario Maker 2. One of those things was that in Super Mario Maker 1 you could stack 5 pipes on top of each other, which led to some extremely creative designs. So sometimes you should look up Mecha Bowzilla, because that's like the classic, very well-known example of a stage that like used pipe stacking to make a really cool kind of story challenge level. And, you know, people from Maker 1, they know that level. And so pipe stacking was one thing that people definitely miss. Another thing... Yeah, there's some stuff that's more advanced tech, like jumping what items. Hello, Merlin. Welcome back. Yeah, so for players who are more into like advanced tech, there's definitely some things that have changed in terms of like advanced speedrun tricks or hard level tricks. In terms of the way that things like held items work. And that's kind of like when people switch between Metroid games, like where, you know, the bombs never quite work the same way between games and, you know, mechanical changes like that. Another thing would be that there are some ways in which, like, Nintendo cleaned up the editor and broke a lot of tricks that were very useful. So one of those tricks was that you could place objects, like 2 block wide objects. There used to be a trick to placing them such that they would be centered. Like you could center a 1 block wide object between 2 blocks, or center 2 block wide objects on 1 block, using a method of like stacking things on top of each other and then removing part of the stack. And so people missed that because it gave them a lot of aesthetic flexibility. But in general, like, I would say that most people are having enough fun with the new Mario Maker 2 elements to kind of overlook that stuff, but people definitely developed certain methods for making complex or interesting or really aesthetically interesting stuff in Super Mario Maker 1 that did not make it over. And so the problem was that a lot of people who came from the first game were very excited about porting their most beloved levels over and discovered that they couldn't actually do that. And yeah, Ironstyle, that's a good point about the editor. I think the editor changes... It's good for some kinds of levels, but it's definitely a problem for, you know, Kaizo levels that you want to practice in segments. And it does also make it difficult to learn new Maker tricks just from playing levels, which a lot of people really liked about Mario Maker 1. In some ways, though, like there are certain types of levels that really do benefit from kind of having the mystery of the layout a little more concealed in terms of, you know, making it a bit of a challenge for the player to think about how certain things work. But yeah, I would say certainly some parts of the Mario Maker 1 community were hit pretty hard by some of the changes. So yeah, like I said, that's a complicated answer. But that's what happens when you have a game that, you know, some people were very, very passionate about. Oh, it just brings us back to this segment. Okay. So technically, if you're very careful, you could just fall into segment 1. Not like that. Like, you could fall into segment 1 from segment 3 in that opening in the tracks, and you can actually cheese the first half of segment 1. Yes, sorry to the rest of you. I've been trying to focus on this level, so I have missed a lot of messages in chat. I will try to catch up on some of that when I have a bit of a breather. Maybe after a track segment here. So I will catch up on messages in just a moment. But yeah, I actually missed out on most of the Maker 1 community. I really learned a lot of that sort of in the months leading up to Maker 2, because I did a big catch-up session of things I missed in Maker 1, and I was really impressed by just how much people had discovered if they stuck around the first game. And, you know, in Maker 1, you basically had new tech that was being discovered all the time in 2018 and 2019 when everybody else was already on the Switch. And it was really neat to see some of those things, even if not all of them made it over. Merlin, I think you did send me 1-9. But unless there are like several hundred plays on it or something, you can always check your own card for that level to see if I'm listed in the people who have cleared it. Like, there is a way you can look that up on your own profile. Okay, no, we actually can't cheese this because we have to grab the key first. We can't just skip this key and grab the Zone 1 key. So let's not flub the ending. And let's go back. But yeah, Merlin, I'm pretty sure I did play 1-9. I think you did skip 1 or 2, though, when you sent me that. Like, there were a few that I definitely have not played. Yep, gotta love bumpers. The trick to those bumpers was just to not jump on them, as it turns out. Now, Junior just takes 3 hits, so this actually is a very manageable segment. It's the easiest one in terms of difficulty, I think, by far. Okay, let's not have a triple key death as we get through the doors. Okay. Like the level said, 3 keys. I see, and there's a clown car segment after that. I don't know if it's just sailing to the goal. Why? Okay, so it looks like a shoot 'em up segment. At least it's not an auto-scroll thing. I see, boom boom. And we don't actually need him. We can just shoot this. Okay, thank you, Danny. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a level that would definitely benefit from, like, maybe you can, if you ever wanted to make an easy mode version, you should look up how to do infinite checkpoints, because, like, you're not using checkpoints already, and this is a level that kind of very obviously benefits from it. I do think that the difficulty of the 3 challenges is definitely not necessarily even, but that's okay. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can learn, I think, to kind of make a level like that clean. So I see that you're probably fairly new, right? Unless you deleted a lot of old uploads, that you've only started uploading this within the last week. So honestly, for somebody who's kind of new to this, the advice I would give you, first of all, is to think about the player camera when you are playtesting. Like, think about how, like, I can't see the map in the editor, so how things appear when I play through the level is important, and I can't see stuff like the thwomps that are falling. The other thing is, if you want to do sort of a non-linear set of challenge rooms, look up repeatable checkpoints. But thank you. Okay, after your level, bedtime. Well, hopefully we can get through that efficiently. Quick 7H hours. B8M. I lost my place. J2L, okay. Okay, Piranha Grove, second entry in the Piranha series. SMB3 Underground. 3 stars, yeah, that sounds about right for 8%. And Maya Papaya, thank you for the submission. Okay. Yeah. Gotta not die to the lag time in shooting fireballs. Okay. I think I'm dead. Unless... I think I'm probably just dead, but let's check the ground to make sure. Instead of just assuming. Yeah, we're dead. Merlin, yeah, lurking is fine. I don't mind. Just do confirm that you're here when I do call you up. So, honestly, like, when I'm kind of playing around with the editor, I like putting on viewer streams in the background as well. It's been a while since I've kind of submitted anything to streams, though, because I actually haven't uploaded a level in several months, although I have a few that are pretty close to completion. But I've been doing far more playing these days. And then since I started streaming, it means that I've had less time to watch other Mario Maker streamers, which is unfortunate because some of them are quite a lot of fun. Okay, so we do need to race this. Dodge this guy. Oh. Escape. We got another flower. And we will, yeah. Yeah. I've seen a number of kind of ice block levels like this that are about, you know, making sure you melt the blocks in time, but this one definitely has a very strong sense of identity. It looks like I will want to nuke this guy. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious what to do. I don't think you necessarily need indicators there, but of course that depends on your audience, right? Like, I generally feel like, as I said before with one of the earlier levels, Mario Maker has too many indicators when people are making. Yeah, I should have seen that coming, in fact, being a blue track. But that's fine. Like, you know, you do what you think is appropriate for the audience you're going for. It's just that my general sense that unless something is really positionally very precise in that, like, you wouldn't be able to figure it out except by trial and error and dying a lot, that... Whoops, I missed that. That, it's nice to be able to figure things out. And I know that a lot of players will die to that, like dying to not figuring things out. But to me, I almost feel like a lot of Mario Maker, in the community, it's become very indicator-based in some ways, and partly because of the influence of levels that really do need it, like Kaizo levels. And I flubbed that again. Safety of men, I'll give you recommendations in a bit. But sorry, I should finish what I was saying. Yeah, about indicators. Like, I do feel like sometimes that there isn't enough trust in players being able to kind of figure things out and think about how things work. Okay. Whoops. What a way to go. No, I was dragged a little bit by the track as I hit the wall, and I just missed my first attempt to jump off of that. But yeah, I should actually draw up my diagram sometime, because I kind of visualize it in terms of a diagram, like when it comes to Mario difficulty, like where you can have 4 quadrants depending on whether the difficulty is coming from figuring things out or executing them. Like, you know, like how troll levels are usually kind of 100% figuring things out, or 90% figuring things out, and then Kaizo levels are kind of 90% execution, right? And you kind of have quadrants of difficulty that show up that way. This was very nice, by the way. That was very enjoyable. But yeah, I mean, you do kind of have to exercise your own judgment as a maker in terms of, you know, am I giving the player enough clarity? Or do they need to kind of fumble and get stuck and drop the course and boo it or something? I do think in general that a lot of players are sometimes much too aggressive about booing things that they can't finish. And I try to avoid that on the stream. Like, I don't boo viewer submissions. I might make some disparaging comments or passive-aggressive comments, but, you know, I don't boo things here. Like, you guys are taking the time to hang out and kind of having the courage to have your levels criticized in front of other people, so... Okay, so thank you for that, Quick, and thank you for all these submissions tonight. That was that was a very nice session of getting through your selections so far, and I hope you come back for more. And my schedule is going to be a little bit irregular over the next little while as I figure out how to adjust around, you know, people quarantining themselves or staying home, or like Twitch scheduling is going to be a little different in the near future. But I usually try to do at least 1 day stream and 1 night stream a week for viewer levels, and I will be doing Animal Crossing starting next week. So hopefully you will catch me for more viewer levels again. And yeah, thank you. I don't know if you already have a... yeah, you already have a follow, so that's great. You've got me there, so... Thank you for all the submissions tonight. Let me catch up a bit on chat while I punch in the next code, because I missed some questions earlier. Ironstyle, you are up. And let's punch in the code and scroll through chat and talk a bit. Competitive speedrun Animal Crossing. You know what? There is such a thing, but that's not how I'm going to do it. But there totally is such a thing with like categories with collection percentages or paying off the debt in fewest cycles or something like that. Oh yeah, this is the one we wiped on quite a few times earlier, and I look forward to getting back to it. Let me just catch up on the chat a bit, because I missed a lot of messages in the last few. So yeah, I think I did say hello to Merlin, as always, in Maya Papaya, and yeah, and thank you for all the GGs, everyone, as usual, and welcome back, Alex. It's good to have you back here. And oh yeah, Safety of Man asked for recommendations on other streamers. Well, oh, I've got a long list. You know what? As Safety of Man, I'm gonna follow up with that separately, since I know that you're in that forum thread as well, and so you might have to remind me to kind of tell you again, but I might just send you a list like separately instead of trying to recite one from memory while I'm on stream. But yeah, there are a lot of good viewer level streamers, and some of them have been doing this since launch, and they're very experienced and also a lot of fun to watch. Okay, so I've been at this for a couple of hours, so let me just check the queue right now. I will get through everybody who has currently submitted, and then I think that will be it. So this will be last call. If anybody who is not already queued up has anything that they want to put in for tonight, please do so now. I will maybe put in the first few attempts on this level for last call. Wow, ITSJ Airy, thank you for the raid. Since you just brought some people over for the raid, let me repeat what I was just saying. Because we are running a viewer level stream, but I was actually just about to close the queue. So this seems like a very, very good time, ITS Jerry, for reiterating that this is going to be last call. If you have any viewer levels for me, and that includes the generous viewership that ITS Jerry has sent over, and I hope your stream went very well, by the way. If you have any levels you want to send my way with the add command and you are not already in queue, please do so within the next minute or so, and I will be closing submissions after that. So I will play a few attempts on this level and I will close submissions afterwards because I have been running longer than I usually do. So thank you everyone as always for the viewership and submitters for your patience. IDS Jerry, close to affiliate. Okay, very good. I will have to check you out later. I don't know if you're also a Mario Maker player or anything, but you know, I'm also very new at this, and it's kind of glad that as small streamers we're kind of getting each other on a good footing as viewers stay at home in the coming weeks and possibly watch more Twitch. So, hope you hit affiliate soon and get those emotes going. Anyway, sorry for that long preamble. Iron Style, I will get into your level now. Merlin, it is totally okay for you to lurk. Yeah, IDS Jerry, I will definitely look out for you as well. Yeah, so last call for submissions. Let me get started so I'm not repeating myself any further. No levels tonight? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you caught me just as I was about to close up. So, yeah, well, Safety of Man, you seem to be building at a very rapid pace, so I'm sure you'll have more for me next time you catch me. Ah, we have to remember not to hold a dash going into that shell. Oddly enough, our timing is getting a little better in the first part. Yeah, Safety of Man, Bowzilla is great. So, Safety of Man, Bowzilla was made by a creator currently locked down in Italy, actually. His name is Kiavik, K-I-A-V-I-K. He is an excellent streamer to follow. He also runs a few streams a week, and he's also occasionally running like some community projects as well that show off good makers. So yeah, look up his name in Mario Maker 2. He does stream the game, and his levels in Mario Maker 2 are also excellent. I'll type it in chat for you. So yeah, look him up. I actually have his maker code somewhere. I can send it to you later. So yeah, that's the Mecha Bowzilla guy. I highly, highly recommend him. He doesn't have very many levels for Maker 2, but what he does have is very creative. So. Oh, whoops. IDS Jerry got a head out? Yeah, that's great, thank you. Look forward to seeing you around. Oh. Finally got that for once and failed to land in it. No, that's too early. I need to let that kind of carry me up, and I can just land. No, I can't land. because of a clear condition. So. Okay, sorry, last call is over. I am going to close the queue and mark my stream title accordingly. So, all of you currently in queue, I expect that I will be able to see all of your levels if you stick around to the end. I try to commit to that whenever I can, but we will not take more submissions tonight. So, thank you for everything that is already here. And let me mark my title. Closed. Oh, no. Oops. Okay. Let's try to kind of concentrate on this and get it working properly again. I feel like we're just kind of getting back into the mindset of playing a level of this style. You know what? I know we failed the clear condition, but I kind of want to see what's ahead of us anyway. Okay, so we'll be jumping and some kind of deflection into the on-off. Bad timing there. No. No, we just... Oh, I see, okay. By the time we jump off of that shell, the mole will fall off the track, and we can catch the mole as it goes down off the track. I was wondering what I was supposed to land on there, but that's the answer. And then you have a double bounce setup with the mole and the shell, which I assume we have to throw into the on-off switch. Or deflect into the on-off switch, but probably throw. Yeah, it looked like a throw. Took me a moment to kind of process that from reading it, but I see that definitely has to be a throw from the height of the track. Yeah. Well, Ironstyle, you did ask me... Whoops. Way too late in that attempt. You did ask me if I was okay with hard levels. I am okay with them, I just might not beat them. Okay, no, I need to repress the run button in order to get enough horizontal distance there. So. Or maybe just land in that a little higher, although I feel like the coin indication should be something I trust, given that it has worked out so far. I think it's just a run button that's... Yeah, I'm forgetting to repress the run button, and that's just not giving me enough horizontal clearance. Yeah, it probably does look messy considering that you just have a kind of a 2-block slot there. I think it's very obvious what to do. And that with a shell throw, as long as you don't kill yourself with a shell. The positioning doesn't actually need to be that exact. Maybe you do need to send a shell back and let it activate something, but from what I've seen so far, the positioning does not need to be that hard. Or that precise, rather. Okay. Definitely a bit of a timing issue, but at least I'm kind of making that part a little more consistently now. Okay, no. Bounce off the mole, throw, bounce on a Koopa. And that seems to be the method. It's possible... safety of man, I believe the conveyors do, yes. The touching the ground condition, I think, is probably one of the hardest to design around. In all of Maker 2. Like, it's very hard to make a design that kind of uses it in a way that's clear to the player, but this one's doing pretty well. And it's clear that, you know, the reason that this is a don't touch the ground level is, first of all, so you don't need to put spikes all over the place, which I think is the solution some people use, and which gets ugly. And you can't really do it with this level anyway, because you would have one hit buffer from wearing the bone shell. Or actually, no, you would, yeah, just have protection from wearing the bone shell. So for the bone shell concept here, you do kind of need to clear condition in order for these setups to work. So I think it's pretty creative. I do like it so far. Okay, not repressing run fast enough. That time, I feel like my timing to get out of his second shell was a little better, though. Yeah. As I was saying earlier about indicators, like I am glad you don't over-indicate this level. I do think it's clear what to do. So, and the coins give you positioning without getting in your face. Ah, just missed. Yeah, it'll be bounce, grab the shell, bounce. Huh. Wow, hadn't seen that before. Yeah, bounce, grab the shell, bounce, throw, and a bounce on a Koopa. I'll just have to watch where the Koopa is going. Comes around. And I need to pull back a bit on that jump. I'm overshooting. Oh, that's the one shell jump you were telling me about. Yeah. Took me a moment to realize that's what was going on. I was still mentally switching from spin jumps to regular jumps. Only 16 seconds? Yeah, I do feel like I've made good progress. I like that you're not just putting the panic timer on this thing and... You know. I mean, it is timing dependent anyway, but it's naturally timing dependent, so... Works just fine with the standard timer. Because, like, you know, time pressure is not the thing that's going to kill you, right? So... It's all over the place, but it's not the thing that's going to kill you. Yeah. Considering how not fun landing on things from parachutes can be, like, I think this level is actually getting pretty good use out of that concept. And it's not overdoing it either, it's just this beginning segment here. Whoops, a little too far to the right. Okay. Oh, hesitated a bit going off the Koopa. Just kind of forgot that a single jump would be fine there. Whoops. Hadn't played MM2 in a few weeks, but got the urge, yeah. I take forever to make levels, like, which is why I haven't uploaded anything in ages. I was also taking a break for a while, mostly for Fire Emblem, because Fire Emblem is a very big deal for me, and has been since, like, the first localized one on the Game Boy Advance. And the latest Fire Emblem was just absolutely massive, just unreasonably huge. So it took me away from Mario Maker for a while. And these days, since I'm streaming, most of my Mario Maker time is just playing other levels and catching up on makers. So I haven't finished a level in a while, but I have some really complex ones that are hopefully uploadable soon. I just need to fix some things about them that I haven't fixed yet. But yeah, it's nice to kind of get your head back into making, I think, and to do something that's relatively short as a bit of a warm-up to get back into it. Yeah, I've never been able to put something together in a few hours. But I'm sometimes very impressed by, like, how quickly some makers can do levels that are actually very complex. You see some people who do, you know, these full-scale Zelda dungeons that take 5 minutes to complete and have mini bosses and so on, and like they're still able to turn out one a week or something. And I subscribe to a couple of those people, like I follow them in game, I mean, and it is unbelievable sometimes how quickly they just constantly turn out levels. The scope of most Nintendo games really expanded, yeah, and it is. I think that is true, and it is kind of killing me, to be honest. Like, you know, you think for Nintendo, like, you're going to have a couple of IPs show up per generation, and they'll each have 1, maybe 2 installments per generation, and you think, okay, that's going to be reasonable. That's like 20 to 50 hours each. This platform so far on the Switch, like, I've had multiple games that are well into 3 digits in terms of hours, and it is not sustainable. Like, I used to play kind of mostly on PC with them, a lot of the core Nintendo franchises on side, and then nowadays it's almost 100% Nintendo, because like the Switch games are just so huge. Yeah, Composer has a very particular method that is well practiced, and yeah, I have played Celeste, Art Style. We had a bit of a conversation earlier about it on the stream, I think maybe before you came in, where I was saying that I had not seen the new content that came in, like the new Chapter 9 or whatever it was. Like, I have not seen that yet. But I did finish A-sides with all strawberries, and I think some of the B-sides, where I got distracted by something else. Yeah. Judging from your level, I can definitely see that you would be somebody who really appreciates Celeste in terms of that kind of excitement and precision. I think it's probably the best platformer in that style of platformer that I've seen. I'm not particularly sure that it's that style of platformer is necessarily my favorite kind of thing. Like, I tend to like a lot more openness and headroom, and a lot more flexibility for the player. So like something like Tropical Freeze is much more my kind of thing. But I really did enjoy Celeste for what it was, though. I thought the overall structure of it, in terms of how it kind of introduces and tests its concept, is something that people who do platformer design like Mario Maker design should definitely be studying. Not saying they should imitate it. I was actually thinking that Matt Thorson, the creator of Celeste, like, I actually think his levels in Mario Maker were a bit of a letdown. I did follow his profile, and I still do, I think, but I actually was not too keen on his Mario stuff, because I don't think they fit the Mario style as well. But Yeah. I think I played as low grav level. I don't remember it, though, because... at least I don't remember it very clearly, because I've just played so much stuff since. Okay. Okay, let's see. We had been progressing for a while, but so we have to get past that one shell jump you told me about, and that's just a matter of understanding the release timing. I think I have a rough idea of what it's supposed to be, but I am kind of relatively inexperienced with shell jumps, so it might take me a few attempts to work that out and to get it going the way I want to. But okay. That felt early, maybe. Oops. Almost. Almost. Yeah. Golden strawberries are the ones where you clear the whole chapter on one life, right? I actually do like that style of challenge. I just don't know if I'd have the technique to do that in Celeste specifically. But I really love that in stuff like Tropical Freeze. Like, I mean, I have a much more liberal idea about checkpoints than a lot of people, I think, in that I like marathon levels quite a lot. Like, I had a wonderful time with Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, and actually, the last level of that game was one of the first things I streamed on this channel. Back when I started this channel just in January. And so, you know, no checkpoint challenges that really kind of give you a sense of how the whole level develops its ideas. Like, there's something very unique to them that I think is almost underrated. Now that everybody just kind of expects lots of checkpoints and frequent deaths, but lots of retries. Like, I mean, I like Celeste a lot as a game, but I find that sometimes, you know, I disagree with some of its fans when it comes to things like checkpoints and difficulty. But yeah, I should really get back into Celeste. I need to really learn it, though. And, you know, right now I just have no time. Like, okay. Oh, I missed the on-off. Okay. That shouldn't happen. I feel like the 2-block hit zone for the on-off switch is actually very generous. So that was very much just my mistake. I touched the ground. I feel like that was supposed to be a rebounce off the shell on top of the munchers. Okay. Whoops. And there you go, I got hit by the shell. But that's partly because some of my jump start were a little bit high to begin with, since I was still mentally switching between spin jumps and regular jumps. Oh, well, and I did it again. So, that's consistent, but it's the wrong kind of consistent. And I should maybe train myself not to do that. Whoops. Yeah. It's a good thing you told me about how the shell grab can be avoided, though. That would have been good to know for one of the levels I'd played near the top of the evening. A little bit late on that one, I think. Almost have it. This seems to be happening more often. Whoops. So, something has clearly changed about my method there that is making that more likely. Okay. I did not get hit that time. Felt like a very close call, though. Yeah, and the second shell drop actually does feel really good when I do pull it off. Like, it's always nice to make this part here. Nope, I'm a little too close to the wall now. Hugging it a little too tight. Whoops. This whole level is limited to just the bottom half of the screen. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, because I guess you have the scroll lock going on the axis parallel to the orientation of the level, which surprisingly, like, a lot of people don't know that trick, that the scroll stop does work on both axes, regardless of whether you are in a horizontal or vertical subworld. Like, I didn't know that for the longest time until I started seeing people use that trick for, you know, like, fake ending goals and such. Particularly with the fake ending in SMB3 when you pass the black curtain. Yeah. And actually, if you look above the saw blade, that's an open spot. So it isn't a scroll stop there. It might just be... well, I mean, everything's kind of confined by the player position anyway, so... because of the way the camera works, or scrolling past the vertical boundary. With no objects above that layer, and no path that's going to take you that high, the scroll lock on the bottom half remains in place, so yeah. Yeah, it's not a true scroll stop, as you said, yeah. Just reasoning my way through how the camera tech works here. Okay. Okay, so the thwomp comes down. That looks like a P-jump. Now, does the P-jump allow you to switch from normal jumps to regular jumps? Because I've only ever done like a a regular jump off a P. I actually have no idea whether spin jumps off a P even work. But with the thwomp coming down, I feel like there might be a mechanism that requires me to switch to spin jumps unless I'm supposed to just go over that entirely. Whoops. Oh, it's not... Okay, no, I forgot that a P's jump would kill the clear condition. That's true. I actually had no idea what the interaction between P jumps and clear condition was, to be honest. Like whether a P jump would register as ground. You throw the P switch into the thwomp or it'll kill you. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've only seen that once, so I hadn't actually read that part of the level yet. Okay, not enough clearance there. But at least we have the right horizontal distance now. Nope, somehow missed the pickup. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a short bounce off the mole. I did make it last time, but felt like I was kind of figuring it out as I went along. Oh. Controlled shell jump. You can get more height if you hold jump the whole time. Okay. Let me hold a moment and think about this. Get more height if you hold jump the whole time and throw the shell to peak of the jump. Okay. Oh, I see. What's the Y release? Yeah. Yeah. Given that I'm having trouble sometimes clearing that jump arc, maybe I should try that. Yeah. I mean, I know how the sort of Y release while you're holding the jump button is supposed to work. I've done it in a number of other shell jump levels. It's just something that doesn't necessarily come naturally to me, but at least my current technique, you know, it does work, it just doesn't work as well. Has any publication written about the level of patience that this game requires? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like people who are writing for publication, like very few of them are actually in touch with what goes on with the community over a long term. Like, you'll have some of them that kind of scope out the scene and say, okay, I understand that this is a Kaizo level, this is a troll level, etc., and they'll do a very general survey. But I feel like there are a lot of things about Mario Maker as a long-term community that are generally not known outside of that community. Like, there are a lot of things where, you know, if you talk about them with Mario Maker players, they'll understand instantly what you're saying. But it would take a lot of explanation for people who don't play the game as seriously. And part of that is because most of the content is video content. Yeah, I mean, like, there are definitely people, I think, I don't really follow games media, but there are definitely people in the games media sphere that have written pieces about Mario Maker, but they are very much kind of survey level pieces for audiences that don't play that much. I feel like I'm missing your advice, Iron Style, about the shell jump, but I feel like there's definitely room for, you know, some writing to that effect. In general, I feel like there's much less like really specialized games writing than there used to be, say, 10 years ago. Partly with a lot of people who are kind of diehard in a community moving to video content, which, after all, does get more attention and is more accessible. But I do miss kind of, you know, back when blogging scenes were more active for people who are like really diehard specialists in games. Like, we don't see as much of that these days for anything, really. It used to be, like, 10 years ago, you would find a lot more of that. Particularly, you know, for people learning tech or kind of getting their way into a community. You had this game for 4 days, and yeah, this... I mean, a lot of it was kind of developed over the course of Mario Maker 1, where, like, so I played Mario Maker 1 for the first year or so, and then I just kind of dropped it and got distracted by the Switch, of course, when it came out. And when I went back into it in early 2019, yeah, I was astonished by the same thing. That at that point, you know, like Warp World, which manages my bot queue, has been set up by that point. Like, the entire troll level thing became a subgenre that kind of has its own visual language and its own metagame. And some people really kind of hate it because they, you know, aren't part of that same sub-community and aren't part of that same conversation, so they just don't really get what that bubble within Mario Maker is doing. Yeah, you had basically all the people who used to do Super Mario World ROM hacks and still do, like, really kind of fill in the Kaizo community and also make a lot of original ROM hacks and get involved in speedrunning scenes like GDQ. Like, yeah, Mario Maker is just this ocean of content once you get into it, and one of the things you discover too... Oh, missed that. I'm gonna see what's here anyway. Yeah, you do need P-switch, and this is really the last thing, apart from a jump off Yoshi. Yeah, the Thwomp needs to hit the P-switch, and then you move onwards, and then it's presumably a drop into Yoshi and a jump off Yoshi. Yeah, Safety of Man, there was a significantly better web search feature in Mario Maker 1 that has not been ported to Mario Maker 2. Actually, if you talk to God That Money a lot on the board, like, that's something he complains about a lot too, and I think rightly so, that in Mario Maker 1, the level codes and information about clear rates and all that were all openly available on the web, and that's how the Warp World bot used to work, was it just farmed information from the bookmark website. And the nice thing about the bookmark website was that you could just hit a bookmark button, and it would put the game in the queue for you the next time you logged into your Wii U. And so, yeah, Iron Style, like, this is a... I think by this point, you know, a lot of people who missed Maker 1 have definitely kind of caught up in terms of the state of the community. So, you know, looking at this level, I definitely could not tell whether you had experience in Maker 1 or not. Like, it's not obvious to me at all. But yeah, the old bookmark site was absolutely fantastic because it's what enabled me to catch up on a lot of Mario Maker in 2019 to begin with. That you would have all these level bookmark links that were still available. And I could just hit bookmark on each and every one of them. And okay, so I put the P under the thwomp, but then how do I get over that when I put the P under the thwomp? I don't feel like that's clear to me yet, but I have to see it. Maybe there's a P-switch activated mechanism that I am not seeing. Okay, there's a dude, I'll see him next time. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, you can't believe I'm making these points while playing this level. Well, that's partly because, like, I've seen the mechanisms at this point, and I'm just trying to execute them. So I'm not trying to figure things out. But when I do try to figure out puzzles in Mario Maker for viewer levels, like I do try to walk through them verbally so the creators can see how I think. But anyway, the point is that I missed a bookmark site, and most people who were in Mario Maker 1 also missed a bookmark site because it was just so convenient to, you know, be away from the game and still be able to queue up levels for the next time you were back in the game. And it also made a lot of things like programming, you know, bots and such much easier. But Jakku, who is the guy who developed Warp World, which is the bot that runs this queue, is a very experienced hacker and did a pretty amazing job with the very limited resources available in Maker 2. Like, there was a lot of work that went into just making the community systems work in this game. But yeah, I mean, you know, there were a lot of people in both Mario Maker games that, like, they would be very engaged in the first month, and then, like, maybe they would be discouraged by the fact that nobody's playing their levels or nobody's liking their levels, and they would just quit, right? Or they'd burn out. And, like, that's... in those cases, they're just leaving way too early. And at that point, they just have not even seen what this game is about yet. And it's really too bad. It's like, if you just kind of drop Mario Maker quickly, you have no idea what you're missing. And that's partly because a lot of it is about finding the right segment of the community that appeals to you. Oh, mistaken up throw. Okay, Ironstyle, let me check how long I've been at this level. I know I've been extremely close to the goal. I just want to check what my queue situation is and whether people are still here and online. I think a number of people bailed. I know Merlin is still lurking. So let me just check my queue. Yeah, I think a number of the other submitters just lost patience with me. That's okay. Some of them follow me and they can catch me another time. Okay, so given that most people just kind of bailed, I will spend a little longer on this since I'm close. Wow, this guy's beautiful. Merlin, I'm glad to know that. In fact, so Merlin gives me pretty short levels. So Ironstyle, even though I have closed submissions for tonight, if Merlin's level is the only one left, I'm going to do that one first, and maybe I'll try to get back to this one if you are still here. So I'm going to mark this as a like for now, and I know First Clear is available on this, and I can taste it. So I actually really do want to do it in this session, but I will look at Merlin's level first so I don't keep him waiting, and I'll come back to this and I'll see if I can do it. It might be that eventually I have to drop it and ask you to resubmit for another stream, but I really do want to grab that First Clear while you've invited me to do so. And you've been sticking around all evening and providing great conversation, so I do appreciate the viewer engagement. So let's just go next. And actually, no, let me just... yeah, let's go next. I'll just... Sorry, just gotta fuss with Warp World a bit and move entries around to the right position. I believe that DGR fan has abandoned us. Yeah, Merlin, while I am glad the weather is being good to you today, I don't know what the situation in the Netherlands is right now in terms of coronavirus, but I hope that you're staying safe there. And DGR fan is gone, so we'll remove. We'll get to Merlin first, and it is almost certainly going to be back to Ironstyle afterwards. 8C6. CLG. Oh yeah, it's your maker profile, so I will make sure not to kind of mark it as completed. So Merlin, I previously completed 1 through 5, and I completed 9. So do you just want me to continue to 1-6, or do you want me to do something else? Just let me know while I take a quick drink. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to get on to 1-6. And as usual, if you like exploring, you can find some coins and lives on your way. So this one looks like it's one of your harder ones. But we have beaten some of your harder ones before, so we'll see how it goes. Well, it's Safety of Man, California, so I hope you're well out of the Bay Area disaster area. I guess it's probably getting late there at that point, but at least it's still West Coast. So. Okay. Yeah, these vine and spike block setups are by now very familiar to us, as we've seen them in a number of Merlin levels, as they are part of this connected Mario game of 9 levels so far that do have a bit of a Piranha Plant theme to them. So I remember actually this kind of Piranha vine and spike setup being something that had been in a lot of your levels previously. Oh, you know what? We can totally just do this with a slide. There you go. Grab that 30 coin. Optional content, always appreciated. The death markers telling you not to go down to pit, presumably, also appreciated. Whoops. Yeah, Merlin, definitely after playing a lot of these levels, I do recognize the theme that you are going for. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations, it's a virus, where you need to consider yourself fortunate if you're in an area that, you know, locks down before things happen. That's the case where I am. I'm in a place that has like, I think it had maybe 3 confirmed cases, and people were already kind of stashing and locking down, like, by the time we had our first case here, so... So, I feel relatively safe here, but, you know... You definitely have people kind of panic buying all the toilet paper already. Oh, whoops. Being a little too aggressive with that slide. I'm in Canada. So most of Canada is doing well so far. Toronto, which is not where I am, is a little bit... Like, it's had a wave of cases, and it's relatively high risk just given the population density, but I actually recognize this part of the level. I don't know if this was repeated or if I just played an earlier version of 1-6. Because I totally recognize this part. Maybe you showed me an early version. I don't know. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, your World 2 is going to be different. Okay. But yeah, I'm not in Toronto, but that seems to be the area that seems to be a little more worrisome than most, and but people there have a fair bit of experience getting things under control, I think, because they previously had SARS in the 2000s, and SARS areas, like, the citizens know what to do, and they know what to do very quickly, and so that was the case in Hong Kong, for instance. Like, Hong Kong, you know, despite everybody having been out for things like protests for months. Like, the citizens kind of got their act together, you know, even before the government was telling them anything, and really limited the spread of the virus very effectively, given what a high-risk area they were in from, you know, people coming over from mainland China. And I think, yeah, a lot of it is just, you know, does the population have enough experience to know how seriously they should take things? So yeah, Merlin, I totally recognize this level. I don't know why it was marked as uncleared unless you revised it. But, I mean, I chose this myself, so I brought this on myself. I totally didn't clear it, right? Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I think I must have played an early version or something. This is really familiar. But it's not marked as cleared or played, so who knows? Yeah. Okay. There's something here? There totally is, but I don't think we're going to do it. Might be an alternate path. Okay. And, no, I'm not in BC, and I have some friends who are, who I should probably check up on, given its proximity to Washington State. I know they had some travel lockdown already, maybe. But, like, given Washington State is doing quite badly. Merlin, yeah, I think I maybe did play an earlier version. But that's fine. Like, I don't mind playtesting multiple versions of things. I will remember not to mark your whole level code or maker code as completed, so you can send me more stuff. Thanks for catching me tonight. I know I'm closed to submissions already, but you know where to find me, and you send me stuff all the time, so would be happy to get through 7 and 8 and eventually see World 2. So thank you again, Merlin. So we will soft remove the code since it is your maker code. Maya Papaya, I think, is probably long gone. So we'll remove. Let's see. Alex is also a regular. He has sent me some fantastic levels, but he is also gone. So not today. So Ironstyle will get back yours and grind some more. And that will be how we finish tonight. Either we, or the morning, depending on your time zone. So either we get the first clear or we don't. Yeah, thanks for sticking around all this time. That goes for all of you who are still here. I'm glad that you find this and find each other's levels reasonably entertaining. You know what? This is already in my played courses, so we'll just do it that way. Yeah, safety, I'm really glad that you're kind of getting into this game on the right foot, both in terms of the making and in terms of kind of seeing what a mature community has developed around it. Like, I think you're in a good position to basically get a lot of enjoyment out of Mario Maker. In terms of starting with the right places and the right people. Yeah, Merlin, the reason I have to clear the queue is because we are going to wind down soon. And yeah, it is too bad sometimes people can't stay for long levels, but honestly, if you submit to a lot of viewer streams, like, that's what's going to happen. Sometimes the submitter and the player schedules are just not going to line up very well, and you know, some people will just kind of submit to multiple streams anyway, and not stick around to see theirs get played because it's being played elsewhere. And, you know, people understand that. Like, generally, if they don't get played and they have to leave, some of them know that they can come back later and have a better shot. Safety of Man, I think there are definitely a lot of people who are coming in with recent sale. Like, you were definitely, from what I was seeing, not the only kind of newish maker to show up tonight for this stream. And yeah, and there are a lot of people who are kind of lapsed and getting back into the game after a long time away as well, and, you know, they kind of feel like they're relearning things. So yeah, the community is very active. Like, you know, like, there are people who will say, oh, Mario Maker 2 just doesn't receive updates anymore and it must be dead, and, like, they have no idea what's going on with Mario Maker 2. Like, you only hear that from people who kind of, you know, just stop playing and they just assume that everybody else did too. But yeah, thank you for sticking around the whole night. As I said, the schedule is going to be pretty volatile for the next little while. It's funny because I thought I finally had a good regular weekly schedule set up for viewer levels, and I even posted it. And then even before the virus really kind of became an issue for a lot of regions, in Europe and North America in particular, like, I was already having some other disturbances on my end that were completely wrecking my Twitch schedule, so, like, you know, pretty much as soon as I advertised some regular times, they started falling apart. But I do have a pretty good stable of regulars who send me good stuff, like, every week, though. Okay, I should follow Ironstyle. You're at Vice for how to actually do the shell jump and get enough clearance there. I keep forgetting when I get there. Just completed Subnautica yesterday. Okay. Yeah, Subnautica is really wonderful. The one thing that is not wonderful about it is the performance. Like, it's one of the few games I can remember where I felt like the experience was really held back by just technical issues with running the game. And I played on PC, but and I played on a fairly old PC, but regardless of the specs, like, there were definitely some really buggy issues with that game, and it says something about how good the design is that despite the bugginess, I remember just finding the game to be pretty wonderful. Like, it's so buggy, but it's so good. Yeah, Merlin, I think it will depend a lot on your computer and, you know, how well the developers support your hardware and your platform and so on. But yeah, Safety of Man, I'd say that one of the best ways to enjoy this game as a player is that if you see makers who look like they're really your kind of maker, do give them a follow. Because people who are still active in Mario Maker at this stage are also the ones that are going to be producing levels at a fairly regular pace, because if they're playing this long after release, like, most of them are here to stay. And so, you know, I am actually massively backlogged on my own followed list of makers. And I've been running some streams just to catch up on those, but obviously they get less attendance than viewer levels because the makers are not themselves there with me. But I've got a massive backlog of, like, people I follow privately that I just want to catch up on, and I just, again, have not found time. Okay, so I don't know that I understand how to do this. Grab the P-switch. Oh, I see. Throw it, and then I have to go under the thwomp, right? Or what? Like, I don't think I understand it. I see I have to land on a mole, so I feel like I just need to clear my way, like sort of jump towards the cloud, pick up the P-switch, use the P-switch to raise the thwomp, like maybe with an up throw. And yeah, up throw, as you said in chat. Okay. I'm glad I figured it out. Okay, up throw. So I just need full momentum into that jump, up throw, and then land on a mole. And then we have the Yoshi finish. So. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see when I did throw the P-switch that time that it kind of gives the thwomp a little bit of height as it deflects upwards. I'm going to try it with an up throw if I can execute it, though. Whoops. Forgetting your advice about the shell jump as usual. But seems like I was just kind of programming myself to do it my way at this point. And it works some of the time, so. Whoops. That's not where I want an up throw. Yeah, Merlin, good luck with that. I don't know if you're on to World 2 already, but whatever you're building, I look forward to playing it at some point. That's way too early. I really do need full height on it. Yeah, thank you, Merlin, for dropping by. Okay, no, I was doing the Y release that time, like holding jump, but hadn't worked out the timing for that method yet. You were saying I should do it at the top of the jump, and I think that's correct. That looks correct to me. Oh, you're making 1-10. Okay, airship level. So you'll have 10 level worlds. Okay. Yeah. I know you showed me 1-9. I couldn't remember it was like a boss level or something else, but I guess the airship level will be the end of the plant zone. Yeah, Night Airship is pretty interesting. I've seen a number of people do like Night Airship floaty shell jump levels already, and of course I'm pretty bad at shell jumps to begin with, and so like having to learn a whole new timing for them is maybe pretty difficult, but Night Airship has a lot of potential generally. You know, even for more normal feeling levels. Whoops. Yeah. Night Airship is aesthetically very nice too. Like you got that stormy look to it. The only thing with Airship though is the camera bobbing up and down. Like I find as a maker using the Airship theme, you really do have to plan around that, or things can get a little bit weird. Like sometimes you see some levels where like this would work great, except Or the airship camera bob, like throwing things off. Oops. Yeah, thank you, Merlin. Have a good day. Enjoy the sunshine outside in the Netherlands. Whoops. Safety of man, I think for most experienced players, like, that is pretty standard. In fact, I would say that for experienced Mario players, it's very easy to forget, and that for beginner players, they don't hold down run all the time, and that's something very easy to miss if you're testing a level that is intended to be kind of easy to medium. So for traditional makers, one thing that you will sometimes hear as a point of advice is that if you're making something that's supposed to be, say, easy to medium, like over 15% or over 20%, test it without ever holding the run button and see if the distances still work. And that's if that's your intended kind of level anyway. Because when you're building a level, like, it's very easy to just forget to see, you know, if it functions for those players as well. If you're building something like this level that requires advanced technique to begin with, no need to worry about that. But yeah, for kind of traditional style making that is sort of Nintendo's level of difficulty, like, that's definitely something to remember. Definitely when I, played the original Super Mario Brothers, back when I was young, like, I definitely didn't use the run button, and the thing is, the run button actually feels very slippery in SMB1. Like, a lot of stuff was definitely not really designed around constantly using it. But there are some jumps, like, as you get into World 8 that do require it. And I remember, back when the concept of run button was just new to me. Because I was just spamming that button for the Fire Flower, right? Like, I was just completely stuck at World 8 because I could not make that gap. And yeah, SMB1 is really hard. I think, clearing SMB1 is harder than 100% in pretty much almost all of the other Mario games. I think that is probably pretty fair. And part of it is that, SMB1 lives matter a whole lot more, and so, like, SMB1 levels, like, if you put them in Mario Maker, a lot of them would be, like, let's say 30 to 50%. But in the context of a game with 5 lives, over 8 worlds, or fewer, depending on whether you used a warp zone, or know how to farm 1-ups, or whatever, like, that's actually still a lot of deaths, and it's enough to kill a run in SMB1. That, the levels by themselves might be pretty simple, but you have to be consistent over a very long scale. But yeah, SMB1 holds up so beautifully. Like, literally the only thing that doesn't really hold up about it is that you can't run left. But it is just a glorious game. Even with the warp zones, it's not trivial to get to Bowser. No, it's definitely not. And Hammer Brothers are just so deadly in that game. Like, they are really hard to deal with. Oops. Oops. Cosmic has Hammer Brother RNG mapped out. Wow, okay. I didn't know that. I don't follow Mario speedrunning that closely. I did see some of the sort of history of speedrunning levels that, you know, would explain like really obscure things about speedrunner progression. Like, you know, how it was that very popular video that was all about 4-2 and the history of progressing in 4-2, like that kind of thing. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Iron Style. So Safety of Men, SMM2 feels easier than the source material because generally lives do not matter. In Endless Mode they do matter, but Endless Mode feels very different than playing single levels or playing viewer levels for that reason. But that's the main thing, is that lives have much less value and sometimes no value here. Okay, I need to figure this out properly. Yeah, but I don't really know the SMP speedrunners, that's my point. Like, I'm aware of some of the Super Mario World Kaizo people simply because there's so much crossover between them and Super Mario Maker. In that, like, a lot of them do both and stream both. But SMP1 is not a scene I really know at all. I actually tried to do exactly that a little while ago, like do Super Mario World entirely on a single credit run and try to do like all 96 exits with no continues and such. I did pick up lives, of course. And I found that the roadblock, unsurprisingly, was Tubular. Which again, like Tubular, you know, like by itself, not that bad. Like certainly not like this level that I have right here. Like that's a lot more difficult in Tubular, in terms of timing, precision, etc. Although it is somewhat tight on timing, but you know, it is as hard as it is, because when you learn the timings and learn how to dodge the baseballs from the charging chucks and so on, like you burn a lot of lives. Bubbles and Wigglers, I think that might be outrageous, but I'm not sure. I think I know what you mean. But yeah, I think that was actually my roadblock when I was younger. Like, when I was first playing Super Mario World, I never cleared it 100%, and I think I was stuck at the same level that you just described, which I believe is outrageous. Okay, I am releasing the shell too close, I think. Had that happen a couple of times now. Yeah, the 4:3 aspect ratio definitely is a factor. And in SMP1, the fact that you can't run left, like that really constrains your spacing quite a bit. After playing a lot of modern Mario, and that includes like Nintendo Mario, not just Mario Maker, like it's really fascinating to see how that changes your perspective on classic Mario. Like, you know, SMB3, which I kind of revisited in its entirety last year, you really begin to notice how short the levels are. Like, very, very short. Like, they're closer to something like, you know, New Super Luigi U in terms of how a lot of them are actually just kind of single concept levels. Oh. Okay. I feel like I've been failing at the shell jump for a while. It's too bad because we're so close to finally understanding how to do the B-switch thing, and I actually haven't tried a clean up throw onto that thwomp yet, and I would like to. Yeah. The second to last level, 50 doors that lead around the spots, yeah. It's funny because there are a lot of things that people kind of look at in Super Mario Maker, and you know, the communities are thought of as being a very un-Nintendo-like design, and you find a surprising number of precursors for it in the original older Nintendo designs. Like the sort of Nintendo school of design, I think in the NSMB era is much more consistent, and of course consistent in a way that feels much easier. But if you look at troll levels, for instance, right? Like, it's actually amazing how many ideas in troll levels were already there either in the ghost houses or in lost levels. It's actually really fascinating, like, you know, how much of troll level logic is actually just kind of an elaboration of what Nintendo was doing with ghost house logic, like repeated rooms and fake endings and so on. Iframes in the originals are less forgiving? Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. But I mean, like, you don't have that much power-up progression in the originals in terms of the different states that Mario can be in. Also, that when you lose a flower, for instance, you get reverted to Small Mario and not to the mushroom. Like, that's a big difference. And a big difference that I think people often forget about. Okay. Despite how many times I'm failing on stuff that I've done and seen already, I actually do feel close to getting this. Yeah, that's true of, I think, the World 6 castle as well, like where you have to follow the sound cues. And that is, like, literally pick a path, except at least it's not a death-based pick a path, right? It just repeats and gets you into trouble with the timer. And, you know, like, that was the same kind of design that was in original Legend of Zelda, too, in terms of navigating the woods, where you just kind of have to... You have to do it by trial and error if you don't know it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that Nintendo got away with originally that they would not let themselves do anymore. Like, they just would not do it in their own levels these days. And that's, in some cases, for the better. Like, I think, you know, I find doing 100% in modern Mario games to be very, very satisfying. Because you know that, like, their difficulty will always kind of play fair with you within a few pretty strict constraints. Oh, Lost Woods with sound... Actually, I don't quite remember how it worked in Zelda, but I meant, you know, in terms of the success chime, of course. Like, but the SMB1 Bowser Maze was definitely based on the sound effect, if I recall. Okay, too low on shell jump. I should really start to follow your advice with that, but I feel like I need to relearn the timing from scratch if I do that. But that might ultimately save me time. Safety of Man, I was actually really impressed with the previous Yoshi game, Yoshi's Woolly World. Like, I found that Yoshi's Woolly World had a very good difficulty curve in terms of having content for everybody. Like, you have baby level content, you know, with an assist mode that gives you infinite flying, but you have collectibles that, you know, feel very satisfying for people who are experienced Nintendo players. I actually think that game is just very underrated in general. Crafted World did not impress me quite so much. Like, Crafted World is very creative and very aesthetically beautiful, but it doesn't cover as wide a band of players in terms of having a lot of different kinds of difficulty. But I'm very fond of Woolly World, so... Whoops. On the other hand, Crafted World does have the axe murdering clown level, which is at least memorable. Okay. Yeah. I need to get back to that P-switch so I can actually learn it, but I need a lot more consistency on the shell jump first. Well, I mean, this is the same series, like Yoshi, it's the same series that had, like, Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy in World 1, right? So, it's not out of the ordinary. And it's cute. I kind of like that sort of unexpected edge to Nintendo sometimes. Okay, way too far to the left that time. Yeah. Yeah, no, Mario 64, yeah. It's, oops. Well, pretty much all of Majora's Mask, I was thinking. Most of Majora's Mask is kind of like that. It's like... oh, Link is a child again in this timeline, and he's going to go on an adventure and see a very different side of the Happy Mask salesman, that's for sure. Okay. Trying to do a high release, but I just don't have the positioning right for it. But I feel like if I relearn it, maybe the shell jump will fall a little more consistently. Whoops. Actually, Iron Style, I really love Majora's Mask, because the... I mean, you know, the 3-day structure may be very unfamiliar at first, but as a form of progression, it... like, I actually found it extremely compelling once you kind of get in gear. And part of it was because, like, I never found it annoying because it's only really a short time limit the first time you do it, like, in terms of really serious time pressure. And I was able to solve the introductory puzzle in the first town without running into the timer. And so I never felt the kind of frustration that, you know, people might have if they played it when they were kids and failed at the first timer, which I suspect was often the case. But yeah, it actually does become a very interesting game mechanic, and as a form of progression as well, in terms of, you know, your ability to manipulate it and your ability to carry items or progression over the boundary. I've heard a lot of good things about the Outer Wilds for similar reasons, and I do hope that I can get around to that game as well. Because the Outer Wilds also has a cyclical structure, from what I've heard. I haven't heard anything else about it, really, but I am definitely looking forward to catching up on that at some point. Yeah, I actually love Majora's Mask. I was somebody who came to it late. Like, I did not play it back when it was current, but I'm actually not as fond of Ocarina as a lot of people were, partly for that reason that I didn't play it when it was kind of the big new thing. It holds up very well in its own terms, but I find Majora's Mask to be a much more interesting take on a lot of the concepts that were laid down. So happy that you were interested in a game that wasn't $60, yeah. Hey, Rafa Legend. This is the last level we're playing tonight, so unfortunately we are closed, but if you do have viewer levels to submit, if you're not already following the channel, hopefully you can catch me at some other times, but we are not taking more submissions. If you are just sticking around to hang out and watch this level, that's fine too. We definitely welcome you here. But this will be the level that we close with tonight, whether we beat it or not. Whoops, I don't know why I flubbed it that time. Yeah, I've actually not gotten back to the P-switch since I looked at the up throw and figured out that's what I wanted to do. Like, I have not had a good attempt on the up throw yet. Which also means I haven't seen the timing on Yoshi yet. Oh, too far to the right. I was expecting to make a nice big jump there and just fluffed it. Yeah, Rafa Legend, if you want to drop your code anyway, like, I won't get to it tonight, but some of my viewers may want to take a look. They just won't get on a video. No. Too many bounces. I wonder why that happens. Don't expect to be getting an extra bounce there, but... Oh, I'm just failing to pick up the shell, that's why. I think I'm off-center a bit. Yeah, that's not an extra bounce, that's just a failure to pick up the shell. I'm missing that now. Oh, yeah, turned a little too quickly. Should have released that first. I think I'm at that part of my level progression where I'm steadily getting worse at the things that I knew cold early on. But, it's okay. I feel like I just need a few really good attempts just to get to the P-switch. And that I know what I'm supposed to do from there. And I just need to react to the Yoshi timing properly. So. Oh. Yeah, Safety, thanks for the recommendation. I will take a break if I need to. I feel like I am kind of in the flow right now, though. And I think playing some of the other levels earlier was basically my break. It was nice to have some easier levels between. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink first, though. And for reasons of timing, that probably kills this attempt, but I'll try it anyway. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, so Iron Style, it will be a real shame if I have to bail on this one, despite getting this close. But either way, thank you for at least giving me a crack at the first clear. If I can't get it, I can't get it, and hopefully somebody does. Like, I mean, somebody will, but hopefully you have an enjoyable experience with whoever does. I am going to still work on this for a little bit longer. I'm not giving up yet. But yeah, this is harder than 1%, I can tell you that. Hey, Safety Man, I'm glad you're taking me up on my advice. SMB3 is pretty short to get through, regardless of whether you use the warps and learn the old secrets or anything like that. Like, SMB3 is kind of, you know, essential Mario knowledge. Like, there's a lot of stuff there that will work differently from how SMB3 is represented in Mario Maker. But, let's see here. Yeah, Iron Style, you are absolutely welcome to resubmit this, even if I don't clear it. I am used to the idea of progressing on certain levels over multiple segments, particularly troll levels. Like, I actually had one troll level I abandoned last week where the viewer came back on another night when I was kind of quietly getting through levels I had abandoned, and like, we play tested his troll level for like an hour and a half, which I would only do because it was actually really decently put together. I would not do that for the average troll level, but basically my point is I am used to having to grind over multiple segments, and I find that the viewer level format in general, unless, you know, you're a really good super expert player, it does present a bit of a disadvantage to levels that take a long time to appreciate. Yeah, Safety of Man. You know, oh my goodness, I could just talk to you all day about the Beatles. Are you actually late to the Beatles as well? Like, are you catching up on that now? Because, like, you know, between catching up on... Look at that shell jump. Whoops. Yeah. Between catching up on the Beatles and catching up on SMB3, you are living your best life. Okay, I guess you probably just forgot about Boom Boom. Oh, we choked. We choked, we choked, we choked. getting a little too excited about getting back to the P-switch and flubbing the easy stuff on our way to... I think at that point, though, I was kind of mentally planning ahead for the jump arc and the up throw. And because I was planning ahead, I was not thinking about the jumps I was actually in the middle of doing. That shell jump felt really good that time. Oh, I came in low. I bumped the P-switch with my head. I think it's because I'm expecting to have a long jump arc all the way to the mole, and I'm holding right a little too soon. Because I bumped my head under the P-switch that time. Instead of picking it up correctly. I'm also just a little afraid, I think, of landing on the cloud block. Yeah, the small jump over the 2 moles before the P-switch is what killed you the most. That's kind of funny because I feel like that's one of the least worrisome segments in the whole thing. But, you know, like when you're doing a clear check and when you're trying to get something done quickly so you can resubmit it, like, things happen. Yeah. I did manage the high timing on a shell jump on that previous attempt when I got it, as you can see, and felt really good. Not that time, obviously, but... Yeah. So Iron Style and safety. I do save my viewer level sessions as permanent VODs rather than the temporary ones that expire on Twitch. Oh, no. Hold back that time. I'm just not getting enough... Oh, okay, no, I do need to hold jump out of that. So yeah, I do highlight all of my viewer level sessions as permanent VODs in case you ever need to review the footage for playtesting or sharing purposes, or you want to clip them, or anything you like. I save them, you know, in case makers want access to them, and also sometimes because I want to kind of look over a level I'd already played to see what I did with it, or share the code with somebody. So, VODs will usually be available in their permanent form, you know, within a day or so of the actual broadcast. Yeah, because the initial one that's kind of auto-generated by Twitch disappears after 2 weeks. So I do need to kind of generate the permanent links myself. I'm glad the stream seems to not have had technical issues. Because for a couple weeks, I was having a bit of an audio bug with my streaming software that I could not track down. But it seems to have been fairly calm today. Yeah, I ended up under the P-switch again. I feel like I should be bouncing on the second mole a little further to the left. Like I'm too far to the right on the second mole. And now I'm overcompensating for that too. You know, I actually survived the accidental shell jump that time, but not for long. Yeah. SMB3 has a very different jump arc as well. Like the physics in Mario Maker are kind of normalized between the different styles. But if you'll notice, like SMB3 has like a really long jump arc that is, it feels pretty floaty compared to the rest of the series. If you kind of play it in close proximity with how it feels in Mario Maker or the other classic games. And so there are definitely a lot of moments when I last revisited SMB3 last year that there were definitely a few moments where, you know, my jumps were just sailing over where I expected them to go. Yeah, Ironstall, I think you're correct. I actually have seen a diagram illustrating this. I also see now what you mean about dying to the moles during the clear check. Oh, whoops. So for my late night NA and morning EU streams in this time slot, I usually do not run this long. But I was feeling pretty awake for this session and able to take a lot of levels, and we've been also seeing good submissions and having a lot of good conversations, so I'm quite happy to stick with this one a little longer. Like, I'm not ready to bail by any means, but... yeah, the airship levels and just all the flavor surrounding them, you know, with the royalty transformed into animals and such. Like, there's tons of stuff going on in SMB3. And the thing about SMB3 is, like, it's not my favorite by any means. Like, I was always one of those people who liked Super Mario World more. But when you play the games in order, like, SMB3 was the game of its time in terms of just people having their minds blown at how huge a progression it was in the stuff that it introduced to the series all at once, and also, technically speaking, how advanced it was for the NES. Like, it's still probably the game that has aged the best in objective terms, like in terms of aesthetics, design, you know, structure, scale. Pretty short game by today's standards in that, you know, a full clear, at a relaxed pace of everything without using warps. Like, you're still talking about, you know, 5 to 8 hours maybe. Still a pretty short game, but in terms of being a sort of a late generation game that felt like a massive leap, like, it really can't be understated just how big SMB3 was as a reference point for everybody, and how much that figured into it being talked about as the greatest game ever made, sort of before consensus started gravitating to things like Ocarina of Time and might be doing so for Breath of the Wild. Like, that kind of conversation for quite a while was about SMB3. And a lot of it was, yeah, because it was just such a massive jump in the series. Oh, still coming in a little hot on that P-switch. I'm definitely head bumping it more than once now. I think aesthetically I prefer Super Mario World. But as somebody illustrated to me once, like, the Super Mario World sprites, a surprising number of them, including the character sprites from Mario and Luigi, are actually retextured from SMB3. And the art style is so different that most people don't notice that. But if you watch the animations and look at the sprites and the silhouettes closely, you actually realize that's the case. That the artwork is like it reuses a lot more work from SMB3 than people realized. Yeah, Super Mario World, like, it's one of those experiences that's just sort of unforgettable. Regardless of whether you encountered it first on Super Nintendo or as Super Mario Advance on a GBA. Like, it is just, you know, it holds up so well for a reason. Super Mario Land for the original Game Boy. You know, it was a very long time before I ever played Super Mario Land. And by very long time, I mean I never played it until I kind of tried it out on emulation last year. Because I wanted to know what the Super Ball was all about when the Super Ball appeared in Super Mario Maker. Like, because I just missed out on both Super Mario Land and the 6 Golden Coins back when they were current. Like, and there were games that I think, you know, most people who are comfortable with most of mainline Mario are generally, you know, they seem like weird cousins in a way, in that like a lot of the conventions of the mainline series had not really been totally set, in spite of the fact that I think 6 Golden Coins actually came out after Super Mario World. Yeah. I think there was definitely a long time when, even though the portables were always Nintendo's best-selling systems, like often the portable versions of various series kind of felt like, you know, second-class or spin-off content. And so I missed a lot of stuff, and just sort of, you know, never paid attention to a lot of stuff from the original Game Boy. Or the Game Boy Color. And so, like, I actually didn't play Link's Awakening until the remake. And I never played Metroid 2 until Samus Returns. But part of it was because, you know, like, I think most people kind of treated them as skippable for a long time, and that, you know, there's a lot of stuff in Super Mario Land, for instance, that does not feel like Mario, in terms of conventions, in terms of physics, sprite size, etc. Sprite size especially, in fact. Link's Awakening I actually really loved. So Aaron Style, I am definitely from the side of the family that prefers the more linear games that feel more like 2D Mario, like Galaxy 2 and 3D World specifically. I prefer that over the 64 Sunshine Odyssey line. As I tell people, though, like, Odyssey is not my favorite 3D Mario game, but it is probably my favorite photography game, in that, like, the environments are great and Mario's moveset is very expressive, and so I got so much mileage out of the photo mode in that game. And in fact, like, I've been going back through my photo mode creations to create things like title cards for this stream. So I don't just have to, you know, use stock art or anything like that. I can just use my own Mario Odyssey content. But as a platforming experience, in some order, Galaxy 2 and 3D World. In which order, I'm not exactly sure. I would say that Galaxy 1 is the one that kind of made the biggest impact on me, though, in terms of, like, the experience that felt the most significant when I played it for the first time. Whoops. Now, a major factor that I weigh in favor of Galaxy 2 and 3D World is that the final levels are tremendous. I think both Grandmaster Galaxy and Champions Road are two of the best official things Nintendo has designed. And so they both finished on an extremely high note. I felt like Odyssey's final level was not quite up to the same standard. It was a lot of fun, and I, enjoyed the time I spent with it and clearing it, but it was not as satisfying a finale. And part of it was that, it was generally much more relaxed, and the requirements to get to it were much more relaxed, so it was not really set up in that game to be as much of a 100% capstone. But, I think it's actually, the issue with the one in Odyssey is that it just gives you too many chances to recover health. If it were much more limited in that respect, or if there were something like a Daredevil Comet mode, I think it would probably have a much better reputation. But there are definitely a lot of spots in that Galaxy level that feel like sort of Dead Space. In that, there's that whole segment where you're running on the plant track with Yoshi, and I don't really even know why that's there, because it's kind of not really doing anything for that level. But I mean, there were segments to it I definitely liked, and I think it fits Odyssey well as a game. But I was kind of surprised at how many advanced mechanics in Odyssey are never actually used by the official game content and are really only useful for the speedrun leaderboards, like a lot of the cap jumping mechanics. I don't think there's anything in the game that actually requires you to do, the kind of second mid-air cap jump, for instance. And that's such a dynamic part of the game and such a dynamic part of figuring out the speedrun paths. I think my attitude to a lot of the N64 classics, Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time as well, is that, I respect them tremendously as pioneering games where, it's really amazing to think about how much stuff they got right on the first try without any kind of precedent or any kind of design expertise preceding them. It's actually absolutely amazing how much stuff they figured out. I just think that, as with a lot of things in SMB1, that, we've seen those iterated on and improved on so much since that, they do remain, I think, mainly as pioneering games. They hold up well, but I do think that newer games have outclassed them, and that's true for both Mario and Zelda. Odyssey hacks could have really cool platforming levels. I'm afraid I don't really know anything about Odyssey hacking. I don't follow it that closely. I have not really paid attention to Odyssey content since I stopped playing the game. And I did 100% it. I hit 100% before the sort of extra image puzzles were introduced and some of the extra costumes were patched in, but in its original release date, I completed everything. And about half of that time was photo mode. Yeah, I mean, when you've felt like you've seen the playable content, you felt like you've seen the playable content, right? I do want to go back to Odyssey at some point just to do like a photo. Whoops, too late on this one. Photo excursion again, because that's what I most enjoyed about the game, was just, you know, finding interesting combinations of costumes and scenery or power, like capture powers, and trying to create interesting stuff. But then I feel like the kind of creative part of playing video games these days, I've pooled pretty much entirely into Mario Maker, and with Animal Crossing coming up, that's just going to become even more limited. In terms of, you know, if I'm going to play games to create something, what am I going to play? Like, I feel like I get a lot more out of Mario Maker these days. Because Mario Maker feels like an engineering game to me, you know, like it feels like a sandboxy game just to play in the editor. I mean, mostly I play levels now, but when I play in the editor, even if I don't finish anything, it's nice to just treat it like an engineering sandbox. Like, I don't know if either of you are familiar with Factorio, but Factorio is a game I absolutely love, and a lot of it is just, you know, creating massively complex mechanisms to see if they work. Okay, still need to figure out how to clear that. I almost wonder, and I know it would maybe add a bit of unreliability to timing, like I almost wonder if that P jump would, the P grab rather, would feel any different if it were like on a track or something rather than a cloud block. I guess on a cloud block at least it's in a static position, but I feel like I'm doing a lot to sort of avoid landing on a cloud block. Because I just don't... I shouldn't be afraid of it because I'm only going up through it like I would be going up through a one-way panel. But the cloud block is definitely making me kind of mentally overcompensate a bit, I think. Almost, I just mistakenly let go to jump. I know that's a segment where you do have to hold down the jump button and release. I'm just not doing it properly. Well, safety, I think it works well for the open style of game that Odyssey is. Like, if you have an open game, you have to give people more to collect than most of them will collect, which is why, first of all, they locked the final level behind just 500 moons instead of a full 800 something. But also the way that, you know, Korok seeds work in Breath of the Wild. Like, you know, that some of that content isn't going to feel meaningful to players. And that's okay because, like, to a certain extent, when you see design like that, 100% is not necessarily the point, unless you want to make it the point. That said, that is part of why I prefer more bounded experiences like 3D World and Galaxy 2, because everything feels much more meaningfully designed. In that, like, you know, everything you pick up in those games in terms of clears or stars or whatever, like they feel much more like a specific accomplishment. Whereas Odyssey definitely has a lot of filler moons that are there to help players of different styles fill up their moon count. And it gives them a lot of flexibility if they're approaching the content their own way, but... Hi, Leshka Play Origin. Leshka Play Origin, we are not taking new submissions at this point because this is our last level of the day and we've been on it for a while. But you're welcome to hang out and chat with us. And you are also welcome to catch me on another viewer level stream and submit. But I am unfortunately not taking more submissions, in case you're wondering. But yeah, always welcome to hang out. Safety of Men. You know what actually strongly reminded me of Half-Life 2 in an unexpected way, and I've been making this comparison to people. So, I don't know if you played the Octo expansion for Splatoon 2, but there's a ton of stuff in Octo Expansion that made me go, wow, this feels like Half-Life 2. In terms of being like a combination of shooting and physics puzzles, often in the same space, where you have things like, you know, picking off sniper nests and such, and in the next moment you'll be rolling a ball somewhere. Like, I actually could not believe how much Octo Expansion felt like Half-Life. Not that late to the party, it's still the same generation. I mean, you know, SMB3, that's late to the party, but... within the same generation, I really don't consider that late. You know, particularly if people are new to picking up the system on the whole, like if they're just, like, I know some people who are die-hard Nintendo players who actually still don't have the Switch, because they're just so backlogged or busy in real life, like or just, you know, waiting for their favorite series to show up. Yeah, Iron Style Half-Life 2 was ages ago. I think even not the expansions, the episodes, the last one was 2007. Yeah, 13 years ago. So the base game was like 16 years ago. I'm not really much of a shooter player. I generally don't like FPS that much. I did like Half-Life 2 quite a lot. And that's partly because, you know, like, even for somebody who does not play the genre, I feel like there's a lot to learn about design from it. Emulated trap song in a Nintendo game. Yeah. Splatoon, if that's what you're talking about, has quite an interesting soundtrack. Okay, I'm missing that throw now. I actually want to be close. I want to be fairly close to the on-off switch on that throw, as I've discovered, because that's how I avoid deflecting it onto myself. Like, I should be about 1 block away. I've been playing this level a lot tonight. Or today, depending on what time zone people are in. But it definitely feels like one of those where, you know, like, sufficient number of attempts will just make this fall. Okay, I don't know the trap song, so I will have to look that up myself, I think. And see that comparison. Yeah, that's the nice thing about streaming, is that, you know, people are introducing me to things like that. Little bits of game music or music knowledge that I don't know. Sorry, Chris, when we are closed, and we have actually been closed for a while. If you are following the channel, you will hopefully be able to catch one of my other broadcasts. I think I was pretty sure I marked the stream as closed in the title, in fact. Yeah, Chris 1, we are really just trying to grind out this last level, because we didn't clear it earlier, and the creator is still around, and it is also uncleared. At least, last I checked, when I started this. And I feel like I'm close. But... yeah, Splatoon just has so much character to it. Oh, shoot. That is going to be a death. Nope, getting a little too excited about getting back to the P-switch. Yeah. It's kind of nice to just have a bit of a game chat, by the way, because I think that's kind of making time disappear and making my grind on this level feel much shorter than it has actually been. It doesn't feel like I've been on this for as long as the reality. Simply because we've had lots of ways to pass the time. You know, kind of like taking a long car ride together, but with more shell jumping. Okay, no, I need to short bounce off that. I've been reluctant to short bounce over it. That first mole, because my landing on the second mole has felt a little off, but I really do need a short bounce on it. Yeah, Iron Style, you know, that would make a lot of things simpler when it comes to showing off really flashy clears of hard levels and getting them out of the way. Like, I'm sometimes very impressed with like how quickly and consistently the big streamers manage to nail Kaizo tech like that. Because that seems to be the biggest difference with them, is that like they have good enough muscle memory and sort of distance perception for things like shell jumps that they just need to see it a few times and have got it. Given your time slots at Iron Style, like I assume you probably watch Orator from time to time. Given that, you know, this is very much like his time zone when it comes to Mario Maker streaming. He actually came across my first level in Mario Maker 2 as a random level in Super Expert a little while ago, and he hated it because it is a massively long adventure level with no checkpoint because it has a clear condition on it, and you have to like do one particular thing. Well, like it's got a decent clear rate given the circumstances. It's got a clear rate like between 1 and 2%, but it's very much whoops. Oh, okay, you don't actually watch him. Yeah. Well, anyway, like he's the biggest name who streams at this hour, and he's very good as a technical player. And yeah, he didn't like my level at all, but he actually got it down in 3 attempts. Like 3 very long attempts, but he just sort of understood what was going on with it intuitively and just did it. Okay. It's getting to the point where I am surprised that I'm hitting the P-switch rather than bumping it from below. Once I get over the surprise, perhaps I can nail that up throw. Yeah, like Iron Style, I don't know if you have any particularly preferred streamers. I know that there are a lot of people who submit to me who are definitely, like, fans of particular people. Like, I think a lot of DGR's crowd comes here, and I can tell because they all tag their levels DGR. Oops. But yeah, the big streamers, they definitely each kind of have their own crowd and their own style. I actually think that sometimes, you know, people try to imitate or impress streamers a little too much as makers. You know, that they're trying to get on the channel and they make their levels in a certain way that isn't necessarily good. But whoops. Yeah. On Twitch, I find that, you know, and I only started streaming in January. But prior to that, I mostly watched small streamers as well, mostly because I was submitting viewer levels. But, you know, basically people under 20 viewers. And some of them have grown quite a bit since, because they've been working hard at it for the last few months. But I think, you know, Mario Maker has one of the best small streamer experiences, and both from the viewer side and the streaming side, is that, like, I think there are very few games that are this rewarding on a viewer count of, like, you know, under 20, under 10. Okay, still hanging a little too far right on the P-switch. On YouTube, I don't really watch the players much. I do watch Sieve, because Sieve was one of the channels that really kind of got me back into Mario Maker in the first place. Like, basically, I saw his content, and I just wanted to try out some of the engineering tech that he was picking out in Mario Maker 1. And I know that, you know, he's not really somebody who interacts that much with the community actively. And it's more kind of an intro-level Mario Maker guide, but... And Safety of Man, actually, that's somebody worth looking at when you're making, is Ceave, C-E-A-V-E, who's got one of the most popular Mario Maker 2 YouTube channels, and is worth reviewing because, like, some of the content's a bit dated because it's outdated as of recent patches, but a lot of his content is about, like, very frequent level building tricks that you will see both as a maker and a player in terms of how people set up complex switching systems, or, you know, like, basically very common gimmicks. Like, if you want a basic guide to gimmicks and to how things like spawning, despawning, and memory management work, like, that's the guy to watch, to at least get an intro to that stuff. Yeah, your experience with Twitch before you picked up this game was non-stop upscroll in chat, yeah. Yeah, kind of small, intimate streamers, you know, like intimate chat rooms. Very, very good for this game. Like, okay, still hanging too far right on the P-switch. I need to hang back on that. The consistent mistake I'm making with the P-switch is I'm going too far right and I'm also going too low. Like, I need to not hang so far to the right, and I need to... Like, I need to go up towards the P-switch and grab it, but I also need to maintain my jump height by holding the jump button, and so I'm failing at both of those things right now. And that's my roadblock in this level. Yeah, Safety of Man, you know, until Mario Maker 2, I only really used Twitch for StarCraft esports, which are the kind of thing that, like, you just shut off the chat because, you know, you've got tens of thousands of viewers. And for sort of big official events like Nintendo Directs, which you could also do on YouTube if you wanted, of course. And so until Mario Maker 1, I pretty much didn't bother following channels or understanding how things worked. And then now, of course, I see that you've already kind of gotten into the emote system and really gotten into how Twitch operates at a community level. Yeah, Iron Style War just sounded like the game really bad. That's very true. We're talking about Sieve's channel there. He won't teach you how to make good levels. He'll teach you how to do the common tricks. Emotes as in all the things you just posted. but oh shoot. Yeah, I found Twitch, like in terms of the community features, to be overwhelming at first. Like, it took me a long time to understand everything with, like, there's emotes, and there's, you know, bits or cheers, and there's all the subscriber stuff, and followers, and affiliates, and all that. Like, a lot of it as a viewer was kind of beyond my understanding until some of it until I started streaming. And some of it until I started really interacting with viewer levels as a viewer. So, but it is, I think, one of the best ways to enjoy this game. I find that certainly as a streamer, I'm seeing an incredible quality of levels generally. Like, I mean, I was already seeing a very high quality of levels because, you know, I was never really somebody who liked Endless or its equivalent in Maker 1, which was 100 Mario mode. 100 Mario Challenge, rather. Like, I never really was into that stuff because the random queue would just spit out too much stuff that was not good. Particularly in Mario Maker 1. Like, it was actually very bad in Mario Maker 1. Yeah, Twitch plays Pokemon. That's definitely something that got a lot of people on board. But yeah, I find that, you know, like, Mario Maker as a player, you really do have to kind of understand what appeals to you personally and customize your experience. And that could be through, you know, browsing forum threads with like-minded people. And part of that could be just hanging out on viewer-level streams as a viewer and discovering that as a streamer. Like, I'm being shown some very interesting stuff that I would never have looked at myself. Turtle Saver, welcome to the stream. I am not taking new submissions at this point because I've been running for way too long, and I'm way over my intended time. I'm just trying to finish up this one level before I call it. So, but Turtle Saver, you are welcome to hang out and chat with us. You are also welcome to give me a follow and find me on one of my other viewer level streams through the week. I usually try to do 1 or 2 a week in different time slots so people can catch it. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, if you did intend to come here and make a submission, I hope I can see our levels some other time. This feels so very, very close, Iron Style. Very, very close. I don't know, of course, how difficult the Yoshi landing on the next part is, but it feels like the P-switch is definitely... And getting over the P-switch is definitely the roadblock here. But part of it is that I don't think I've put in a very good number of attempts on the P-switch to begin with. And that testing that segment on its own, as you had to do while building it, was probably something that felt much easier from repeated practice. You'll also have to tell me at some point, like, what exploit you hatched out earlier when you saw that there was something cheesable in the level. Oh, whoops. Bad timing. Safety of man, it kind of does and it kind of doesn't. And part of it is because the community develops a lot of its own terminology. Like, you know, even if Nintendo kind of made these search functions more robust, like, you're never going to see Nintendo adopt community terms like having a drop-down box for, you know, troll levels and Kaizo levels and so on. Like, you're never going to see that simply because they don't adopt community terminology that is not self-explanatory to new players on its own. It's just not really the Nintendo way of doing things, as you probably know. And so there's a real limit to what you can do on the official side with search functions, simply because they won't be doing that. And for example, you know, stuff like Kaizo comes from ROM hacks, right? And the whole ROM hack community, and that's something that Nintendo tolerates rather than actually accepts. Like, you know, they don't have to tolerate it if they didn't want to. I offhand mentioned that I had to hit the on-off switch. Oh, you could hit the on-off switch and skip the shell throw. I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Funny thing is, I don't think I actually even made it to the switch on that attempt. Yeah, good morning, Turtle Saver. Yeah, well, we've definitely been giving this version a fair shot. It's actually very rare that I'll have the opportunity to spend this long on a viewer level, because, you know, I will usually be a little more bounded in terms of my ending time. But I think you caught me at a very lucky time. And you've been sticking around the whole time to watch this, right? So I do appreciate that. Like, if you have to go, I don't want to feel like I'm keeping you here. I think I may have to call this soon, though. Even though, like, it has just felt so close for probably the last half hour or more. Definitely the early parts of the level, I think, were getting a little seared into my brain. Yeah. But I feel like I've just barely had a chance to really work out the P-switch throw, despite recognizing quite a while ago that that's what I had to do. So, let me see how long I've been on this, just to check, because I think it's been quite a long while. Oh my goodness, I had no idea. The time just kind of flew away on me like this. It's been over an hour. So we may abort this pretty soon. But I'll give it a few more attempts and then probably postpone it. So. Whoops. Yeah. So yeah, this is definitely not a 1%, but I think you knew that already just from watching. Okay. Just want to make at least one clean run at the P-switch. We can actually practice that throw. Yeah, Safety of Men, I'm very impressed that you've managed to stay with us for almost a whole stream. Like, you were here very early. That is a frightfully long sit. But I mean, I guess you're busying yourself on your side with SMB3. Plenty to keep you occupied. Okay, late on the release, but the jump arc is correct. You're Quentin Quarantinoed. Okay, I see. Yeah. I mean... I'm definitely kind of curious to see about what the lockdown procedures all over the place are going to do to things like Twitch viewership. Definitely has a chance of bringing in some different audiences. So. Yeah, mine's been completely thrown off as well. Completely thrown off. So. It is pretty satisfying to have progressed so much on the early segments, given how much trouble they were causing early on when I was first learning them. So, thank you, Turtle Saver. I appreciate the encouragement. Been a pretty lengthy grind so far, but satisfying to nail everything we have nailed. Yeah, I feel like my positioning with the mole jump at the end is not ideal, but I see what you mean now about that being the clear check obstacle, and I think I definitely underestimated it earlier, simply because the positioning matters more than I thought it would for getting up to the P-switch throw. Okay. Try to focus and get this down. Whoops. Yes, Turtle Saver, I am Toad. Actually, I think, Arnstall, was it you who switched me over to Toad earlier today? I know somebody switched me over. I'm trying to remember who. I know I could just look it up. Oh, no, okay, it was somebody else. Yeah, I think it was one of the people right before you who, cashed in their points to switch me to Toad. I've been Toad for most of this stream. Safety of Man, I actually just tend to go with boring old Mario just out of habit from SMM1. But that's, you know, mostly because I was used to it. I think when I was playing 3D World that I tended to swap around and randomize, and for 3D World, my original clear was actually entirely in co-op, and so we swapped around all the time. Although, of course, in that game, in a throwback to SMB2, there were physics differences between the characters. Oops. Okay, so somebody has redeemed. Change character. Safety of Man has demanded Mario, and so we will do that. Just one moment. You might not get much mileage out of that tonight, given that we will be closing down pretty soon. But Mary O. You are from a region that does not have the Merry merger. And okay. There we go. Soft request. Okay, that's fine. I accept your soft request. And we'll see if the familiarity... Yeah, actually, Turtle Saver, I agree, he is not boring. That's how we spell it where you're from, okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, like I said, you might not get very much mileage at all out of that. But whatever makes you happy. And maybe it will get us just ever so slightly closer to the clear. So. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, Safety of Man, thank you for joining us the whole time. Yeah, this is definitely a level iron style that I think would benefit from editor access, like precisely that style of level. Just so I could practice the P-switch there. So, Safety of Man, thank you for joining us for so long. That's extremely dedicated on your part, and I'm sure that the amount that you've been absorbing about this game has been overwhelming. But, you know, it's a process of discovery. Yeah, Iron Style, if you do, in fact, seriously plan to re-upload, you might want to tell me now before I grab the first clear after all this time. I might just set it up myself in the editor to work on it separately. But yeah, have a good day or night. Yeah, Turtle Saver, always Mario? Yeah. Don't know if you mean the Wii game or the U game. I assume you just mean NSMB Wii. Okay, see you around. Yeah, just a few more attempts and I think either my thumb or my controller are going to give way, so... Okay, Wii, yeah. I don't know if you played co-op very much in that. That was another game that I kind of insisted on playing all the way in co-op, back when it first came out. And I think people who did not see NSMB Wii in co-op definitely did not realize how much it added to the series. So, made a huge difference. Yeah, I know it's a local game, but I played local co-op because it supports 4 players, and it was the first Mario game to support 4 players. Yeah, co-op Mario did not exist until NSMB Wii. I actually have not done co-op in Mario Maker 2, but I would assume that most levels don't actually work for it. Like, you couldn't imagine, you know, most levels, especially levels like this one, being even tested for co-op. sort of traditional style Mario with co-op can be tons of fun if you're playing with people who are the kind of right level relative to you in terms of experience. Yeah, Iron Style, that was actually my family experience with 4 swords. Because we actually did have 4 swords up and running. As difficult as it was to set up back in the day. Where, you know, you could progress through the room, but you'd rather throw each other into pits all day. Okay, I am beginning to think this is not likely to happen, so... I'll see. I want to at least get one more P-switch throw. But very likely I'll just call this one. So good luck to whoever does get the first clear. But you are welcome to resubmit if you want me to grind away at it some more. And hopefully at a later stream we'll see some of your other levels that are actually 1% as advertised. Yeah. I think if that's something that you're thinking about doing anyway, I will call it at this point and do that. Because the thing is that... Well, I'm not sure how much that would help when I'm likely to die in that spot anyway, but the thing about a clear condition level is that, like, when you fail the clear condition, you do have some latitude to scout and practice, just not when you die. So I'm actually not sure a reset door would do much for you there, given that death is the issue. Failing the clear condition in this level is mostly just kind of a constraint to... Like, it's one big level long anti-cheese, right? But, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if people are just going to voluntarily fail the clearing condition by landing on one of the safe zones, you do have some places to put a reset door. But maybe that's something you can work out on your end if you want to revise it. I will give this one more attempt. That was not a good way to finish, but it is the way we will finish. So, thank you very much, Ironstyle. Yeah, floating door to practice the moles. And, yeah, I'll let you sort that out if you want to make any revisions. I personally think the level is actually fine as is. I am bumping my head onto P a lot, so I feel like the jump arc there is one of the most difficult things to learn. But that it can be learned, you know. And there will be people who can clear this level in a much shorter amount of time than I can. And so if somebody else gets a first clear on it, hopefully they'll have a great time. So it was good to feature your level for so long tonight. But I think it's definitely worn me down a bit, and I have not had enough of an opportunity to practice the P-jump sort of in the standard run to kind of get the whole flow down. And that's not necessarily a request for a reset door. Like, it's not something you need. It's more that, like, as a player, I know, like, that's the part that I need to work on and that I won't get it done today. So thank you for hanging around for so long and for showing me this level and for kind of working on Rising to Cheese. So this is one of the Odyssey screenshots I was talking about earlier. I've put together a whole bunch of cards for the stream that are fairly new. But that will be it for today. Yeah, that poor sheep. And given that it will be it, I wish you all a good day/night. And I will see if anybody at this point is worth rating if they are just starting up. But I assume that, you know, you two are probably going to call it as well, so. Have a good morning, Turtle Saver. And have a good sleep, Iron Style. So, cheers to you both.